Did you know that the job of a product manager is becoming more important than ever? But what does product management really mean? In simple terms, it's about managing a product from the idea stage to its launch and making sure it meets customer needs. Welcome to the Product Management Full Course by Simplilearn. In 2024, companies are focused on creating innovative products that customers love, which makes product managers very valuable. This course will teach you the key skills needed to handle every part of a product's development, from brainstorming ideas to bringing it to market. You'll learn about market research, building product plans, working with teams, making smart decisions using data, and even using new technology like AI to create top-notch products. And in this course, we'll go over what product management is in 2024, the skills you need, the difference between a product manager and a project manager, MVP, and how to manage a product's lifecycle. Plus, you'll learn about the important tools and how to answer common product management interview questions. This course has everything you need to start your product management journey. Also, just a quick info, guys. If you're interested in becoming a certified product manager from Jain School of Global Management, gain expertise in AI-powered product management courses, top product tools with 100% interactive live sessions led by industry experts and Jain's top faculties. This professional product management course by Jain School of Global Management prepares you to become a product manager via an exhaustive curriculum covering all aspects of product management. This Jain's academic excellence and product expertise from experts from companies like Google, Microsoft, Amazon, and more. So don't forget to check out the course link in the description box and pinned comments.
With the rapid growth in technology, there is a tremendous transformation in the need for products. Products are something that we practically can't live without. In our daily lives, we use thousands of products. Could be a mobile phone, laptop, headphones, or many more. But we are not just dependent on the hardware products. Applications are a part of our lives as well. From ordering daily required stuff online, to binge watching, to ordering food online, to being socialized. Applications have made our lives easier. Taking an example of Netflix as a product. So far in the last 3 years, we have seen an extreme growth in its worth. In 2020, Netflix total worth was $238.89 billion, whereas in 2021, it has reached to $267.46 billion. It is expected to have a total worth of $293.64 billion till the end of 2022. To cope up with our changing demands concerning the need for the product management makes it easier to fulfill our daily product requirement and create enormous business growth. To understand more about product management, let us move ahead with our session. Hey guys, welcome to this video where we are going to learn what is product management. But before we start, if you haven't subscribed to our channel, then click on the subscribe button and hit the bell icon to never miss an update from Simplilearn. Let us proceed and talk about the objectives of our session. Today, we'll start our session by understanding what is product management and why is product management important in today's modern era. After that, we'll be talking about the areas of product management and the life cycle of product management. Moving forward, we'll understand the difference between product management and project management and the skills that are necessary to thrive in product management. At last, we'll wrap up this session by talking about the companies that are hiring product managers and the future of product management. So without any further delay, let's proceed and understand what is product management. Product management is managing the process of the product throughout the life cycle, from strategizing to design and development to branding of the product. Product management involves strategizing of the products to enhance business and create customers' value. It also involves creating product roadmaps to design and develop the product. It involves specifying functional requirement and creating blueprints to develop the product as per customer requirement. Once the product is developed, it is important to manage the customer feedback, and only then the price of the product is finalized. Let us proceed and understand why product management is important. So, product and market are the two essentials of marketing. Product management plays a crucial role in the success of the product, as product management is the voice of the market inside the industry. Product management helps in creating customers' value and business benefits. Now, let us proceed and talk about the areas of product management. So, product management is divided into three key areas: product discovery, product planning, and product development. Let us move ahead and know what is product discovery and what are the various parts that product discovery follow. The very first phase of product discovery is alignment, where the team is created and a task is allotted to the team to work on a particular project. The next phase of product discovery is research. The research work is done to know what are the requirements of the product and what does the user need from the product. The team researches on the problem statement and check whether the gathered data is correct or not. The next phase of product discovery is ideation. The team starts to find a solution for the problem statement. In the next phase of creation, the team starts to create a prototype of this product and test it within the team or maybe outside the team. In the next phase of validation, the product is validated to know whether the product is worth spending the resource, money, or time or not. After product validation, the refinement process is done. The process of product discovery is aligned to meet the need of the business goals. After product discovery, product planning is the next area of product management. Product planning involves 4 steps. Number 1, identifying profit. The process is done to check the success of the product and to know what would be the profit out of it. The next phase of product planning is evaluation of the product. The product is evaluated to check the suitability and safety of the product for the users. In the next phase, we have allocation of the resources and time plannings. The resources needed for the product are allocated to the team, and a particular time period is planned to provide the product to the customers. The last phase of product planning is complete pre-product planning. So before we start the development process, it is necessary to plan and execute every task so that the development of the product should be complete without any further delay. Once the discovery and planning are done, the product is moved towards the stage of the development. Product development follows the process of idea. The solution for the problem statement is already there in the discovery phase. Now the development team start to work on that idea and start to develop the product using that idea. So once you walked into the step of product planning and you have the idea of what to do and how to do, it is important to do some market research as well. This research will look out for a market to sell your product. Now you got the market to sell your product, it is important to do some development of the product. In the planning phase, we have already created the prototype of the product. The prototype is already tested in the team. So now the development team will start to develop the product using that prototype. Once the product is developed, product validation is done. The product validation means the product undergoes the validation process where the product is tested through every aspect of the testing process, so that the user doesn't find any difficulty using the services of the product. And once the product is validated, it is launched into the market. Launching means to provide the services of the product to the users. Now, let us move ahead and talk about the life cycle of product management. The first phase of product management is product framing. The step involves creating a vision of the product and identifying problems and defining its success. The next phase of life cycle of product management is research. Research means to learning from the people about the need and values of the product. The next phase of life cycle is designing. In this phase, the team synthesize visions, ideas, and research in the prototype of the product. In the next phase of plotting, the testing and solution of the product is done in the real time with real people. After plotting the product is launched into the market. Launching means to send your product into the wild and let it flourish. And once the product is launched into the market, it is important to do the measurements. Measurement means using matrices and data to check the success of the product and plan the improvements for it. Now the question arises that what is the difference between the areas of product management and the life cycle of product management? So the areas of product management describe every sub phase that come under every phase of product management or that come under area of product management. Whereas the life cycle of product management represents the workflow of product management as a complete process. A lot of us tends to get confused between product management and project management. So let us proceed and understand the difference between the two bold terms. Product management leads to the external market operations and management, whereas project management leads to the management of internal operations. Product management deals to the project given to the whole company, whereas the project management deals with the particular project given to the manager or the team. The life cycle of product management is product framing, research, design, plot, launch, and measure, whereas the life cycle of project management is initiating, planning, executing, monitoring and controlling, and closing. In product management, manager must be good at market research, strategic thinking, and business surveys. Whereas in project management, the manager must be good at planning and budget organizing. Moving on to the skills that are necessary to thrive in product management. The skills that are mandatory for a product manager are technical skills. The manager must know how to perform some specific task. The knowledge could be of any programming language or some specific tools. Presentation skills. The product manager must have the ability to deliver the presentation in attractive, creative, and informative ways. Analytical skills. The manager must know how to provide the information in shorter ways and get the conclusion. Communication skills. The manager must be able to deliver the information in such a way that the audience can understand it properly. Time management. The manager must have the skills to manage the time efficiently. Team management. The manager must be able to lead a group of the people working together to achieve a common goal. To choose a right field as a career option, it is necessary to know what would be the scope of the field in the market. So, let us take a look at the companies that are hiring product managers. There are more than 40,000 opening in India and more than 15,000 opening in US for product managers. The companies that are hiring product managers are Google, Microsoft, Amazon, Salesforce, Uber, Swiggy, and many more. Product management is a role that takes the complete responsibility for the success of the product. And product management is a career that fit everyone that have the skills and ability to work on. So to build a career out of it, start it now. And what do you understand? What does a product manager do? Do let us know in the comment section below.
Ever wondered how big companies like Google, Amazon, and Microsoft come up with such cool stuff that changes how we use technology? Well, it's all thanks to the product managers. These are the folks who lead teams to create such amazing products like Google Maps or the iPhone. Now let's get hands-on product management. So, product management is all about bringing awesome ideas to life and ensuring their success. This involves deciding what features to include in a new app and working with designers and engineers to make it happen. But what about the salary? Product managers are in high demand and their salaries reflect that. On average, they can earn anywhere from $70,000 to over $150,000 per year, depending on factors like experience, company, and location. In this video, we are going to explore what product management is all about and what skills they need and what they do. Plus, we will also take a look at some of the top companies in product management and what are the latest trends and predictions for 2024. Let us now understand what product management is. Product management is all about creating products and releasing them into the market that people use. It involves an in-depth understanding of what customers want by conducting market research and understanding consumer behavior and public opinion. Further includes creating a master plan for the required product and working with a team of members who have the desirable skills to launch the product. In simple terms, we can say product management is very similar to being the captain of the ship, guiding a product's path from idea to becoming a reality. Now we've got an idea about what product management is, let us now understand who are product managers. A product manager is someone who helps create and improve products for a company. They decide how a product should work, what features it needs, and when these features should be released. They also work with different teams like engineers and designers to ensure everything is completed on time. Product managers are crucial for the product's success and ensure it meets its goals. They are responsible for communicating with customers and finding out what they like and don't like about the product, and then making the required changes to improve it. Now you might be wondering about the skills required to become a product manager in 2024. So let's discuss about skills required to become a product manager in 2024. In this video, we will look into the top 5 skills that are important for business to excel. First skill we'll discuss is technical expertise. Product managers work closely with web developers. Understanding web development and learning the developer's language is very crucial for effective collaboration. Second is critical thinking. Daily decisions about the product and its strategy require strong critical thinking and decision-making skills. Understanding of the UX, understanding user experience principle is vital for effectively communicating with the design team and prioritizing user needs. Then comes business savvy. Business savvy means having strong business skills which are very important to meet business goals, requiring a deep understanding of the company's success factors. And lastly, research skills. A thorough market research is very essential for spotting growth opportunities and threats. Staying curious and continuously researching, especially for discovering new product ideas. We have now discussed the necessary skills required for becoming a successful product manager in 2024. We will now explore roles and responsibilities of a product manager. Let's dive into the essential roles and responsibility of a product manager in 2024. Now we know that product managers are the key players within product management, making sure that the products do well. Secondly, they decide when to add new things and work with teams like engineering and marketing to create products that customers love. They learn about who will buy the product, listen, and also keep an eye on what's happening in the market, making further improvements based on the feedback. By watching how well the product performs compared to others and making plans how to introduce new ones. In this way, they make sure that the product keeps getting better over time. Overall, product managers are really important in helping product to do its best. Let's now discuss about the top 5 companies for product managers in 2024. We will now explore and find out the top 5 companies for product managers. First, we have Google. Google is known for making products that people really like and using data to make decisions. Product managers at Google get to work on cool new technologies that lots of people use worldwide. Product managers at Google make around $150,000 to $200,000 a year on an average. Second, we have Apple. Apple is a top choice for product managers because they make awesome products and have well-known brand. They are super careful about how to make things and keep their process secret. Product managers at Apple usually make between $150,000 to $180,000 a year. Third, we have Amazon. Amazon is a leader in e-commerce and cloud computing, always putting customers first when creating products. Product managers at Amazon work on a variety of products using the company's huge resources and data. Product managers at Amazon typically earn between $130,000 to around $160,000 per year. Then comes Facebook. Facebook has a big name in social media and ads, and their product managers work on products used by billions of users worldwide. Facebook is known for its fast-paced culture and focus on trying new things and making them better. Product managers at Facebook typically earn between $160,000 to around $200,000 a year. Then we have Microsoft. Microsoft is a major player in software and cloud services, and their product managers work on lots of different products. Microsoft is all about being creative, working together, and making even things better. Product managers at Microsoft usually earn between $145,000 to around $170,000 a year. In 2024, product management has changed a lot. Let's talk about the important things for product managers to know. Let's now discuss about the product management trends and predictions for 2024. Here are some of the top predictions for product management in 2024. Focusing on customer satisfaction remains crucial in product management. Product managers need to involve customers and do thorough research to ensure success and monitor satisfaction post-launch to address any issues on time and build strong relationship. In 2023, AI had a big impact on many business. Even though some were cautious about it, AI Assist was introduced to make product management easier. It keeps growing, helping product managers making better decisions based on customer trends and data. There will be a lot more jobs for AI product managers, and we'll see now kinds of AI product manager roles popping up. Data will be crucial for product managers, especially with the rise of AI. Product managers who understand data analysis with lots of data available, product managers can use it to uncover trends, prioritize tasks, plan launches, and monitor performance. In 2024, businesses must prioritize excellent user experiences to keep customers satisfied. Product managers should collaborate closely with UX designers, understanding user behavior and staying updated on UX trends to ensure enjoyable products. Companies are training product managers to adapt new trends, avoiding the need for more hires. If you ever wondered what a product manager does or why the roles is so crucial in modern businesses, this video is for you. We'll explore the day-to-day responsibilities of a product manager, the key skills required, and how they act as a connective tissue between customers, technology, and business goals. So let's get started. So let's first understand what is a product manager. Let's begin with the basics. What exactly is a product manager? At its core, a product manager is a person responsible for guiding a product's development from its initial concept to its final delivery. They identify customer needs, align those with business's objectives, and ensure that the product delivers value to customer while fulfilling the company goals. Product managers are essentially the CEO of the product, a term popularized by Ben Horowitz. This doesn't mean they have direct authority over teams, but rather they are responsible for defining the product vision, rallying teams behind it, and ensuring the product meets a success criteria. Their goal is to balance business priorities and user experience technological feasibility. Now that we have understood the broad definition, let's explore the specific responsibilities of a product manager. So let us now understand the core responsibilities of a product manager. The first step is to understand the customer. The first and foremost responsibility of any product manager is to understand the needs and the pain points of the customer. So this requires building empathy for the end users. Product managers often engage in market research, customer interviews, and data analysis to uncover user needs. This empathetic approach helps them create products that truly solve customer problems. The second step is defining the product vision. Now, once they have a deep understanding of customer needs, product managers set the vision for product. So this vision isn't just a vague idea, but a clear roadmap that guides the product's development. A well-defined vision outlines the product's objectives, the problems it will solve, and what success will look like. Now, the third step is prioritizing features. Product managers must prioritize features based on customer needs, technical constraints, and business goals. They often have to make tough decisions about what to build next, balancing whether users want against or what is feasible for the development team. Effective prioritization ensures that the most impactful features are built first, maximizing the product's value. The fourth step is collaborating with cross-functional teams. Product managers work closely with designers, engineers, marketers, and also the sales team to bring the product vision to life. So they ensure that all the departments are aligned and working towards the same objective. For example, while engineers focus on building the product, designers work more on the user experience, and the marketers plan the launch. The product manager acts as the glue that holds these pieces together. So as we have covered, a product manager's job is all about coordination and alignment. But what are the specific skills which are essential for success in this role? Let's talk about the essential skills of a product manager. The first skill is empathy. Empathy is one of the most important skills a product manager can have. So being able to put yourself in the customer's shoes allows you to better understand their problems and design solutions that meets user needs. So whether it's through user surveys, interviews, or customer feedback, empathy is what drives a successful product. The second skill is strategic thinking. Product managers must have long-term strategic vision for their product. They need to align their decisions with the company's overall goals, ensuring that the product contributes to the broader business objectives. This involves constantly analyzing the market competition and future trends to make informed decisions. The third skill is technical understanding. While product managers aren't required to be engineers, they must have a solid grasp of technology behind their product. Understanding the technical constraints and opportunities helps them make realistic promises that aligns with engineering's team capabilities. The fourth skill is having communication and leadership. Since product managers are the key points of contact between various teams, strong communication skills are essential. They must clearly convey the product vision, explain priorities, and resolve conflicts. They also need leadership skills to inspire teams to work towards a common goal, even without having direct authority over them. With these skills in mind, let's explore how the product manager's role differs from other similar positions. So, product managers versus product owner. The term product manager and product owner are often used interchangeably, but they refer to different roles. A product manager is responsible for the broader strategy and vision of the product, while a product owner is more focused on the execution and day-to-day task of managing the product development. Product manager focuses more on setting the product vision, defining success metrics, and working with stakeholders, whereas the product owner works closely with the development team, breaking down tasks into actionable sprints and ensuring the team is executing accordingly to the product vision. In agile frameworks like Scrum, the product owner is more of an operational role, while the product manager operates at a strategic level. Now that we have understood these distinctions, let's dive why these product managers are so vital to a company's success. So, why product managers matter? Product managers play a pivotal role in ensuring a product success in the marketplace. So, even without effective product management, companies risk building products that either don't meet customer needs or don't align with business goals. The product manager ensures that a product delivers both value and customer to the business. They also bring together different teams to work toward a common goal, creating alignment across design, development, and marketing. This holistic approach leads to better, more successful products that customers love and businesses benefit from. Lastly, if you're inspired to pursue this career, here's how you can start your journey as a product manager. If product management sounds like the right career for you, here's how you can get started. First, you have to build foundational knowledge. Learn the basics of product management, including popular frameworks like Agile and Scrum. There are many other online courses and resources available to help you get started. Second, develop empathy. Begin interacting with users and customers to better understand the pain points. This will help you practice empathy, which is the key to building a successful product. Get experience. Look for opportunities to manage smaller projects within your current role or volunteer to work on cross-functional teams. Gaining experience with product roadmaps and feature prioritization will help you transition into the role. With dedication and the right skills, you can embark on a rewarding career as a product manager. And that's it for today's video. We have covered what product manager does, their key responsibilities, the essential skills needed, and how to start your journey in product management.
Do you know, friends, that product management is a rapidly growing field in this tech? It mixes creativity, strategy, and technology, with product managers being the key to launching new products. If you are looking for a career that balances businesses, skills, project management, and the latest tech, then this might be a perfect choice for you. In today's video, we will be covering top 10 skills that one needs to become a successful product manager. So guys, let's start with understanding first who is a product manager. So guys, a product manager is basically a professional who is responsible for overseeing the development and life cycle of the product, from ideation to launch and beyond. They basically act as a single bridge between different teams such as engineering, design, marketing, and also sales to ensure that the product meets customer needs and aligns with the company's strategic goals. The product manager is often seen as a product CEO, as they are often responsible for its successful or failure. I hope so you would have got a brief idea regarding who is the actual product manager. Now let's move on and discuss the top 10 skills which are required to become a successful product manager. So guys, our first skill is strategic thinking. Then is user-centric design approach. Moving ahead, we have product lifecycle knowledge. Then we have problem solving. Then we have prioritization techniques. Moving ahead, we have Agile in Scrum. Then we have performance metric analysis. Then we have effective communication, stakeholder management, and finally, negotiation and conflict resolution. Let's understand each of the skills one by one. So guys, our first skill is strategic thinking. So guys, strategic thinking involves looking beyond the immediate task and considering the bigger picture. A product manager with strong strategic thinking skills can anticipate market trends, set long-term goals, and align the product's direction with overall business strategy. This skills helps in making decisions that ensures the product not only meets the current demands but is also prepared for future challenges. For example, a product manager at a tech company sees that more people are using a wearable technology. They propose developing a smartwatch that integrates health tracking, communication, and entertainment features, positioning the company ahead of competitors. So you can see, certain task is needed for a product manager in the scope of strategic thinking. Now let's understand our second skill, that is user-centric design approach. So guys, a user-centric design approach ensures that a product is built around the needs and preferences of its users. This skill requires empathy, understanding of user behavior, and a commitment to solving user problems. By focusing on user experience, product managers can create products that are not only functional but are also delightful to use. For example, guys, a product manager at a bank receives feedback that customers find online banking app very confusing. So they conduct user interviews and usability tests, leading to redesign of the app with simpler navigation and more intuitive interface, resulting in a higher customer satisfaction. So you can see what is a task for a product manager in the domain of user-centric approach. Now let's move on and discuss our next skill, that is product lifecycle knowledge. So guys, product lifecycle knowledge involves understanding the different stages of a product which goes through, for example, introduction, growth, maturity, and decline. Each stage requires different strategies for marketing, development, and resource allocation. This skills helps product managers know when to push for growth, when to focus on product maintenance, and when to consider phasing out a product. For example, a product manager at a consumer electronics company notices that a popular smartphone model is reaching market saturation. They decide to introduce a new model with upgraded features to keep the product line fresh and maintain customer interest. Next, we have the problem solving. So guys, problem solving is the ability to identify issues, analyze the root cause, and develop effective solutions. This skill is crucial for navigating the challenges that arise during product development and management. Effective problem solving involves creativity, analytical thinking, and the ability to make decisions under pressure. A product manager at a food delivery company discovers that customers are frequently complaining about the late deliveries. And after realizing the delivery process, they implement a system that provides real-time traffic updates to drivers, reducing delays and improving customer satisfaction. So guys, you can see this is an example which can be covered under problem solving. I hope so you are getting aware like how these skills are used by product manager in their real-time job. So guys, our next skill is prioritization technique. So guys, prioritization is the skill of determining what tasks or features should be focused on first based on their importance and impact. Product managers often face competing demands, and effective prioritization ensures that most critical tasks are addressed in a timely manner. They use techniques like Moscow method, which means must have, should have, could have, won't have, or RICE, reach, impact, confidence, effort. These techniques can help in making these decisions. For example, guys, a product manager for a social media app has to choose between adding a new feature for live video streaming or improving the app security. After assessing the impact of both, they prioritize the security improvement to protect user data and build trust, even if it means delaying the new feature. Now, let us move on to our next skill, that is Agile and Scrum. So guys, Agile and Scrum are the methodologies that promote flexibility, collaboration, and iterative development in product management. Agile involves breaking down a project into smaller and manageable parts, allowing for continuous improvement and a quick responses to change. Scrum, a specific Agile framework, it uses time-box sprints to achieve short-term goals with regular reviews and adjustment. For example, guys, a product manager at a software company uses Scrum to manage development of a new mobile app. They work in 2-week sprints, allowing the team to release incremental updates, gather user feedback, and make necessary adjustments before the next sprint. Next, we have, guys, performance metric analysis. So, guys, performance metric analysis involves tracking and interpreting key data points that indicate how well a product is performing. This skill is essential for making data-driven decisions and optimizing the product metrics that might include user engagement, conversion rates, customer satisfaction, or revenue growth. For example, guys, a product manager at an online subscription service monitors customer retention rates. When they notice a decline, they analyze the data that find users are dropping off and after a free trial. They introduce new feature and offer personalized discounts to improve the retention. So guys, this was how performance metrics help in product management. Next, let us move on to effective communication. So guys, effective communication is the ability to clearly convey ideas, expectations, and feedback to various stakeholders, including team members, executives, and customers. This skill ensures that everyone involved in the product development process is aligned and working towards the same goals. It also involves active listening and the ability to adapt messages to different audiences. For example, guys, a product manager at a retail company regularly updates the development team, marketing team, and company executives on the progress of a new e-commerce platform. By clearly communicating the timeline, challenges, and next steps, they ensure that all the teams are coordinated and working efficiently. The next one that we have all over here is stakeholder management. So guys, stakeholder management involves identifying, engaging, and maintaining positive relationships with all parties interested in the product success. This skill requires balancing the needs and expectations of different stakeholders, including customers, team members, investors, and executives. It is all about building trust and ensuring that stakeholders are kept informed and involved at appropriate stages. For example, guys, a product manager developing a new educational app involves teachers, students, and parents in the design process. They give the feedback and adjust product features to meet the needs of all stakeholders, ensuring broad support for the app. And finally, we have negotiation and conflict resolution. So guys, negotiation and conflict resolution involve finding mutually beneficial solutions when there are disagreements or competing interests. This skill is vital for resolving conflicts within the team, with stakeholders, or during business negotiations. A product manager must be able to navigate these situations diplomatically, ensuring that the product success is not compromised. For example, guys, a product manager at a manufacturing company mediates a conflict between a design team, which wants to use high quality materials, and the finance team, which is concerned about the cost. They negotiate by selecting materials that maintain quality while staying within the budget. It ensures that the product remains both affordable and well made. So guys, this was the example which covers in negotiation and conflict resolution.
Imagine this. You're at the helm of a product that has the potential to revolutionize its industry. Perhaps a smart home device set to simplify lives, or a sleek app that solves a long-standing problem. The possibilities seem endless. But without a clear vision and plan, even the most promising ideas can fizzle out. That's where a product management roadmap comes in. As a product manager, it's your job to create a strategic blueprint that guides your product from concept to reality. In this tutorial, we'll explore how to build a product management roadmap that not only charts a path forward, but also aligns stakeholders and keeps everyone focused on the end goal. So, firstly, we will cover the agenda for today's session. We will have a brief introduction to what exactly is product management. The skills required will be the second part. Followed by that, we will understand the basic and important roles and responsibilities of a product manager. And finally, the most important point of today's session, which is about how to build a step-by-step roadmap for a product management. Now let's begin with the brief introduction to what exactly is product management. So, introduction to product management. In today's competitive business landscape, successful product management is a strategic roadmap that not only aligns with customer needs, but also delivers long-term business value. A clear product roadmap ensures that all the stakeholders from product development teams to executives are on the same page, working towards common goals and becoming successful. So, let's walk through the essential steps in building an effective roadmap. Before that, let's move ahead to the critical skills required by a product manager so that you have a clear idea where you stand. So here are the top 5 skills a product manager must have. Firstly, strategic thinking, ability to define long-term product vision and align it with business objectives. Second one is market research and analysis, gathering and intercepting data to understand customer needs and market trends. Communication and collaboration stands third, which is effectively working across teams and stakeholders to ensure alignment and progress. Prioritization and decision making is at fourth, which is about making informed choices to focus on features and initiatives that deliver the highest value. And lastly, technical knowledge and agile methodology. Understanding product development process and techniques to communicate effectively with engineering teams, along with implementing iterative process to adapt and deliver products quickly in a dynamic environment. Now moving ahead, let's also go through some of the top 5 roles and responsibilities of a product manager. So some of the critical roles and responsibilities of every product manager are as follows. So first one, product strategy development. Crafting a product vision and long-term plan aligned with business goals. Next, roadmap planning. Creating and maintaining a strategic roadmap to guide product development and releases. Third one is cross-functional team collaboration. Coordinating between teams like engineering, marketing, and sales to ensure seamless execution. Fourth one is where we find market and user research. Gathering insights from users and the market to drive product decisions and improvements. And lastly, feature prioritization and product lifecycle management. Determining which features to focus on based on the impact, feasibility, and business value, and along with overseeing the product's journey from ideation to launch and through iterations or retirement. Now, most of the basic important parts like introduction to product management, skills required, and roles and responsibilities of a product manager are covered. Now, we will focus on the most important point of today's session, which is the product management roadmap. So first, we will get started. So here it goes, the roadmap to product management. So now, the first step, define the vision and objectives. The foundation of any product roadmap is clearly defined by the product vision and objectives. Start by asking key questions. What the problem is and what problem is the product solving? Who is the target audience? What are the long-term goals for the product? Your product vision should articulate the purpose and the value of the product brings to the customers. While objectives must be specific, measurable, and aligned with the business goals. For instance, if your product aims to improve the user's engagement by 20%, your roadmap should reflect strategies that drive that engagement. By setting a clear vision, you will establish a direction that keeps your team aligned and motivated, creating a shared understanding of what success looks like. Now moving ahead, the second step, identify key milestones and deliverables. With the product vision in place, the next step is to break down the journey into manageable pieces. This is where you identify key milestones and deliverables. Think of milestones as makers of progress. They represent significant achievements along with the product development path. For example, a milestone could be launching a beta version of your product or integrating a new feature by a certain date. Each milestone should be tied to clear deliverables, such as product features or improvements in functionality. This step ensures that your roadmap isn't just a list of tasks, but a structured path towards achieving product goals. It also helps in measuring progress and making adjustments as needed. Now moving into features and initiatives. Prioritization is critical to ensure that the most impactful features are delivered first. To effectively prioritize, use a framework such as Moscow method, must have, should have, could have, and or RISE scoring, research, impact, confidence, and effort. When prioritizing, consider customer needs, marketing trends, resource constraints. Firstly, we'll discuss customer needs. Which features will solve the most pressing problems for your users? Followed by that, we will focus on market trends. Are there emerging opportunities for competitive threats you should address? Then the resource constraints. How much time, budget, and manpower will each feature require? And then the prioritization helps focus on efforts on the features that deliver the greatest value in the shortest time. And then prioritization helps focus on efforts. Prioritization helps focus efforts on the features that deliver the greatest value in shortest time. This not only satisfies customers, but also maximizes return on investment for business. Now, the fourth step. Develop a timeline in phases. A roadmap without a timeline is like a journey without a map. After prioritizing features, it's time to map them onto a timeline. Determine realistic deadlines for each milestone and organize your roadmap into phases. The typical phases include discovery and research, understanding the market, customers, and competitors. Next is design and development, which is about creating prototypes, gathering feedback, and iterating on product features. Third step is testing and quality analysis, which is about ensuring the product works and ensuring that the product works as intended and is free of defects. Fourth one is launch and post-launch. Releasing the product, marketing it into customers, and gathering users' feedback is all about launch and post-launch. So by creating a timeline, you establish a cadence for product development. This also helps stakeholders visualize the flow of product and anticipate when key deliverables will be completed. Now, let's discuss the step 5. Collaborate and communicate with stakeholders. A product roadmap is only as effective as the communication that supports it. Continuous collaboration with stakeholders, including engineers team, marketing, sales, and executives is essential for success. Set up regular check-ins and updates to ensure everyone is informed and aligned. Transparency fosters trust, reduces misunderstandings, and helps ensure that the roadmap evolves based on real-time feedback and changes in market conditions. Using tools like Jira, Trello, and Asana can help in tracking progress and keeping communication fluid. Now, the iterate and adapt. A roadmap isn't static. It is a living document that should be revised and revised as conditions change. Once it is live, track performance metrics such as user engagement, customer satisfaction, and revenue growth. If prioritization shifts or priorities shift due to market changes, new competitors, or customer feedback, be prepared to adapt. Agile product management encourages continuous iteration, so make sure your roadmap is flexible enough to accommodate new information and changing business needs. So it's crucial to remember that a successful product roadmap is not about sticking rigidly to the plan, but about delivering the most value to users and the business.
So guys, let's start by understanding what is product market fit. Guys, product market fit refers to the moment when company's product resonates deeply with its target customers. It's when customers not only buy the product but also use it regularly and recommend it to others, helping the product gain attraction and sustain growth over the time. This concept is critical for any business that wants to achieve long-term profitability and also success. Entrepreneurs and venture capitalists like Mark Anderson, who is widely credited with popularizing the idea, describes product market fit as finding a good market and creating a product that meets the needs of that market. It's not just about launching a product, it's about ensuring that the product satisfies a significant demand within the chosen market. Without this alignment between the product and market, growth will be significant and demand will be chosen within the market. So guys, without this alignment between product and market, growth will be stunted and profitability will be difficult to achieve. Dan Oslin, a renowned product management expert, developed a framework known as the product market fit pyramid, which helps basically companies navigate the process of achieving this alignment. Now, let us try to move ahead and understand why product market fit is important. So guys, Alex Schulz, Facebook's Vice President of Growth, has emphasized that one of the common issues he observes in the company that he advises is misconception around product market fit. Many companies believe that they have achieved it when they actually haven't? Why does it matter so much? Why do venture capitalists frequently require evidence of product market fit before investing in a company? And why do Mark Andersons divide the startup journey into two distinct phases, before product market fit and after product market fit? The answer is pretty simple, guys. Until you confirm that your product has a large enough market of customers willing to pay for it, your company shouldn't focus on scaling other strategic objectives like upselling and before product market fit. These efforts are premature and potentially counterproductive. For example, guys, spending money on advertising or expanding sales team doesn't make sense if you haven't first proven that there's sufficient market for your product. Achieving product market fit means that your product has demonstrated enough value that a significant number of people want it. It's at this point that the business can begin focusing on growth strategies. But before reaching this stage, the primary goal is to validate that the product solves a real problem for the market. In short, guys, product market fit is the foundation for long-term growth. Without it, even the best of your sales and marketing efforts are likely to fall short. So guys, as you can see all over here, so there are certain reasons like product market fit is important, like I have mentioned, sustainable growth, resource efficiency, investors' confidence, customer loyalty, and competitive advantage. So these are some of the main reasons why product market fit is important. But now the question arises, who is responsible for the product market fit? While product market fit is often associated with the roles of product managers and marketers, the reality is that it's a company's wide responsibility. Every team from sales to customer support and finance plays a role in helping the company reach this milestone. The product team may be at the forefront of creating a product, but customer feedback from sales and support teams can provide invaluable insights. The finance department also plays a key role by tracking key metrics that indicate invaluable insights and also whether the company is making progress towards product market fit or not. In essence of achieving product market fit, it requires collaboration across all the departments. It's not just about developing the right product, it's also about making sure that the entire organization is aligned and focused on meeting the needs of customer. Now, let us talk about a very important question, that how to measure the product market fit. So guys, there's no definitive metric to tell a company that it has achieved product market fit. However, several indicators can signal that you are on the right path. Andrew Jain, a venture capitalist, offers some useful guidelines for assessing the product market fit. The first one is customer feedback. Like, are customers showing a willingness to switch to your product? When your potential customers try your product, do they express a preference for it over other competitors? Market differentiation. Like, have customers who previously rejected other solutions now turn to your product? Are you offering something distinct that captures their interest, like the competitive grouping? Do customers intuitively understand which other products yours competes with? If they place your products in the same category as leading alternatives, it indicates you are playing right in the market. So guys, as you can see all over here, now let us try to understand some of the other measures. The next reason is product understanding. Like, do customers clearly grasp what sets your products apart? If they can easily identify your product's unique selling points, then you are on the right track. Next, we have the retention rates. Like, how do your metrics such as customer retention rates compare to those of your competitors? Strong retention is a good sign that you are providing value to your customers. These signals encompass both qualitative and quantitative measures, reflecting that product market fit is just not about numbers, but it's also about customer perception and behavior. So guys, now let us discuss about some of the qualitative measures. For example, we have first one, that is word of mouth. According to Mark Anderson, one of the best indicators of product market fit is when customers start promoting your product on their own. They essentially become your sales representative by recommending your product to others. Next is media attention. Like, you get increased call from media outlets and analysts suggest that your product is gaining visibility and credibility in the industry. Frequent media coverage can indicate growing market interest in your offering. By tracking both qualitative and quantitative metrics, company can better understand where their products stand and warn the path toward product market fit. Now, the biggest question arises, how to achieve product market fit. So guys, there is no universal formula for achieving the product market fit. The Dan Olson's book, The Lean Product Playbook, provides a 6 framework that helps team towards this goal. So guys, the first is determine your target customer. First, identify who your product is for. This involves understanding the demographic, psychographic, and behavioral characteristic of your ideal customer. Without a clear target audience, it's difficult to design a product that meets the real needs. Next is identify the underserved needs. It means that you have to assess the unmet or poorly met needs of your target audience. By identifying the gaps in the existing products, you can tailor your solutions to address those areas. This step is very crucial for differentiating your product from the competitor. Next is define your value proposition. Based on the needs you have identified, craft a value proposition that clearly communicates why your product is the best solution for your target audience. You have to also tell what unique benefits does it offers and how does it solve the customer problem more effectively than the alternatives. Specify your minimum viable product. So guys, specifying your MVP feature set is very important. An MVP is the simplest version of your product that still delivers value to your target customers. The goal is to focus only on the core features that addresses the most pressing customer needs, rather than trying to build a fully featured product right way. By launching an MVP, you can get the feedback and iterate quickly. Develop your MVP, then once all the MVP feature set is defined, the next step is to build and launch it. The initial version of your product should be focused on delivering the core value proposition while allowing you to gather data and insights from real customers. Next is test your MVP with the customers. Finally, once the MVP is live, collect feedback from your target customers. Use this feedback to refine and improve the product. Testing helps validate whether your product meets the needs of the customers and market, and also provides the valuable insights for future iteration. Achieving product market fit is an ongoing process. It requires continuous refinement of your product based on customer feedback and market conditions. However, by following this structured approach, your team can stay focused on the key elements that drive the product market fit. So guys, we have come to the end of this video. And before that, I want to say something. That product market fit is a vital milestone for any company. It is the point at which your product gains enough attraction in the market to support sustainable growth. Without it, even the most ambitious business strategies are unlikely to succeed. The journey to the product market fit is often challenging, and it requires both a deep understanding of the customer needs and willingness to iterate on your product. But guys, once achieved, product market fit can unlock the potential for rapid growth and long-term success.
For cracking an interview, it's first essential to understand what product sense is. Product sense and product managers consistently display a strong sense of the product. So let's move ahead with this session and understand how to crack a product sense interview. But before moving ahead, don't forget to subscribe to our channel so that you never miss an update from Simplilearn. So today we'll start this session with what is product sense and how to develop a product sense. Moving ahead, we'll understand the product sense interviews and how to gain product sense. Following that, we'll take a look at what a product sense interviewer is looking to see and some sample questions. And stick to the end, because we will wrap this session by providing you with some tips to follow to crack the product sense interviews. So let's start with the session and understand what is product sense. Understanding a product's requirements is known as having product sense. One of the actual hard talents that good product managers should possess is product sense. It's a key element of product development and any product strategy. It is a crucial talent for designing goods with people in mind. A product's success depends on addressing consumer demands, and product sense is a form of foresight. Many businesses prioritize product sense while choosing individuals for PM positions. True product sense goes well beyond the design and user experience of the solution. One of the components of the product sense equation is anticipating the downsides and trade-offs of each product decision, and knowing which ideas to reject is also included in it. Understanding why a product would or wouldn't function is necessary, and product sense helps you identify the issues your product resolves and how to add new features that work similarly. The ability of PMs to understand products has long been mysterious. Now let's understand how to develop a product sense. Strong product sense is a quality that product managers consistently exhibit. They also provide value that meets client requirements while updating such items. Most product management use scenarios have this goal in mind. Though it is sometimes simpler said than done, improving revenue and profit margins may mean sacrificing these objectives. Product managers and leaders may improve this ability and develop their intuitive sense of user demands in a variety of ways. There are three components that make up product sense. Number one, compassion. This is the capacity to mimic several distinct personalities who are not like you in terms of their thought processes. Having the ability to state that in this circumstance, this sort of user will respond in this way, or to assert that our business partners would react in a certain way, or even that our rivals will see our move in a certain way. One crucial aspect of product sense is the ability to honestly do that well. Going above and beyond to get into users' shoes, into their thinking, and into their problems helps you develop a strong product sense. Talking to various people and partners is a definitive technique to increase your empathy. Don't just converse with them and accept what they tell you as you go about doing this. The most crucial component of developing this empathy is to try to understand why they are saying what they are saying. Although you won't always have the user in front of you to ask what would work, you may accurately forecast it by knowing why they feel or act the way they do. Number two, originality. The ability to think creatively and generate fresh solutions to a given circumstance or challenge is the most elusive but significant component of product sense. It is the responsibility of the product manager to specify the construction process. You may develop the key talent of creative thinking to do this. It might be a force multiplier to be able to come up with novel solutions to consumer issues. In addition to providing sensible answers, the top product managers also inspire innovation. After all, nothing has ever been constructed before without the use of creativity. Setting strategy, prioritizing new ideas, and putting them into practice all need creativity. And number three, domain knowledge. When you have a deep understanding of the industry you work in, ideas for what kind of product to create and how to create it will automatically come to you better and more accurately. To be more precise, I'd advise putting your attention on understanding your users and consumers, the competitors and what they're up to, and any opportunities or constraints presented by technology. Functional expertise is concerned with the product management process, whereas domain expertise is focused on the market. I contend that this is distinct from talents. The art of influencing is one such. Influencing is a crucial ability for PMs since they have a lot of responsibility and limited control over other people. The market, consumers, industry, opponents' products, and etc. are all part of the domain experience. Yes, some technical expertise is required, but the market is still the major concern. Otherwise, you run the risk of becoming technology driven, missing market possibilities, or misinterpreting client wants. Now, let's move on to the basic detailing of the product sense interview. Product interviews not only attain questions based on the product sense, but also analytical questions and case studies. In most cases, the product sense interviews hold on to the questions like, which is the product you like the most? Why do you like it? And what kind of improvements do you want to make to it? Or the interviewer can ask you about a particular product, maybe just like Google Maps. The interviewer can ask about how you would improve Google Maps and its services. The questions about actual products are occasionally included in the product sense interviews. A product's design and strategy might also be the basis for these inquiries. For example, what design principles would you use to create a YouTube clone app that runs in the background? Regardless of whether a product is digital or physical, the solutions for its design or marketing tactics always stay the same. PM interviews evaluate three key competencies: product sense, execution, and behavioral competencies. Every employer has a unique interview process, but they all assess the same fundamental competencies. Hard as it may be to admit, most interviewers need rapid thinking and responses. Quick thinking is facilitated by frameworks. Your interviewer for the execution is searching for if you can quantify what matters and apply analytics to make data driven judgments, if you can identify and balance various trade offs to make wise product selections, and if you can efficiently use your limited time and resources to have the greatest impact. Now let us understand what the interviewer is trying to see in you or trying to judge you on. The interviewer mostly asks you about the four things based on a product: context, prioritization, creativity, metrics. Context. The interviewer will ask you about the context of the problem statement. Do you get the context of the problem? Are you able to empathize with which context the product is going to be used? Who will be the users of the product? And what will be the difficulties the users will face with these particular products? How can we resolve such difficulties? And many more. Prioritization. Are you able to prioritize from all the major points, segments, and use cases you have developed, the appropriate collection of segments and pinpoints, supporting your decisions with logic and data? Such questions are asked by the interviewer. Creativity. The interviewer will always want you to provide a creative solution for the problem statement, because this is where your ability to think of a creative solution to the problem and your ability to design comes into being. Metrics. The interviewer may ask if you can come up with the metrics against which you will judge your product intervention. Well, these are the four primary aspects around which the product sense interview will roam. The interviewer is going to check your ability to think, design, strategize, and create. The interviewer doesn't expect you to come up with a solution that will change the whole face or the product. They are typically trying to find out if you have the structure of the product based on the problems and their solutions in your mind. Before moving ahead, here's a question for you all. What is your favorite product and why? Do let us know in the comments below. Now let's know what makes a product manager gain a thriving product sense. Designing products training. Good PMs are familiar with design, and an MBA is beneficial. The subjects of product design and innovation are two of the favorites of usual PMs. Some used to create stuff and get feedback throughout several rounds. It might be challenging to take criticism on the job seriously and promptly. Case studies in marketing. Academically speaking, marketing includes products. Product, pricing, location, and promotion are the 4 Ps. The MBA program is a marketing masterclass, and in the case of study simulations, you compete against other teams, and in that way, you pick things up much more quickly. Hard skills. Great PMs need to influence without being in charge. These frequently involve knowledge of corporate operations, research techniques, and best practices in product management. Here, hard skills are crucial. Clubs, happy hours, and corporate outings make up half of the MBA. Your social abilities will significantly advance as a result. Network. In the field of product management, networking generally entails locating decision makers, significant stakeholders, influencers, and other experts and forming productive connections with them. Now, I know people who manage billion-dollar hedge, VC, and PE firms. And there's just no likelihood that, as a manager in technology, I would know these folks. Analyzing a problem related to metrics. Choosing the appropriate metrics to track and examine results in better informed choices being made throughout the product development process. These metrics provide the business with tangible proof of the components of the product or customer experience that are not connecting with customers. This data-driven knowledge may be used by the product, marketing, and sales teams to better understand the drivers of their consumer profiles. The corporation uses this information to better its products going forward. Measuring impacts. The next stage is to express specifically what you expect this adjustment to accomplish once you have identified the relevant measurements. Goals that are SMART, or MT if you prefer, and make it obvious if they were achieved are good goals. Moving on, let's know what your product sense interviewer is looking to see. Can you clearly articulate who you are building for, why, and how it fits into the Meta mission? Can you provide thoughtful reasoning for why Meta should or should not focus on specific aspects of the broadest possible product opportunity at hand? Can you provide a thorough vision for your desired MVP experience to test out your hypothesis, as well as your desired end state for this product, say 3 years out? This comes down to concretely defining priorities and goals. Can you zoom out from your personal user needs and think about how this product could scale and provide maximum value to Meta's global user base of over 3 billion people? Product sense interview questions will typically be in the form of one very deep hypothetical, what would you build for X, with a series of follow up questions to understand your thought process. Let's now have a look at a few sample questions. The interviewer may ask you, how would you improve Instagram stories? Build a Facebook product for travel. How would you build Facebook Birthday if it weren't there? How can we improve Google Maps? Create a photo sharing app for Google. Build a music app for Facebook. Moving on, let's have a look at the tips that you may follow to crack the sense interview. Knowing what the interviewer can ask, you should understand what aspect the interviewer is looking for in you. Adhere to the framework. The product sense interview is all about following the structural framework to provide an ethical and practical solution to the problem given to you. It's not every time about creativity. The solution should be more practical. The interviewer is majorly looking for your structural approach to provide the solution. Questioning. The approach is your interviewer's main area of emphasis. You are not required to respond as soon as you hear the question from the interviewer. It's acceptable to take a break and ask the interviewer a clarifying question if you're having trouble comprehending what is being asked of you. This will help you realize exactly what the interviewer needs to know. Even if you think you understand the question, you should nevertheless paraphrase it to make sure you're not missing any important details. Reiterate the structure you're going to use after a brief pause of 10 to 20 seconds. And give a layout while responding to the question so the interviewer can see your response more clearly. Research the firm and become acquainted with its main offerings. It's the firm that's hiring you, so at least they are going to ask you about their concerned product as well. Being familiar with their products will give you a vision of what exactly the company wants from you, and you will be able to structurize your opinions. So, before going for the interview, you must go through the company's background, its workings, and its products. Be versatile. Most interview discussions don't go as expected, so never impose a framework. By checking in with the interviewer regularly and stopping, you may make the dialogue casual and free flowing. Define the product goal. Instead of using a statistic, define the product goal in terms of the customer problem. Metrics are only a way to measure progress. They are not the driving force behind product development. People's issues are resolved through products. For instance, Google Maps' objective is to assist users in navigating the world, not to boost the volume of route searches. What quality of a product makes it good or bad as per your experience with the products? Do let us know in the comments below.
Today, we'll start this session by understanding what is the product and product management, and then what is project and project management. Moving forward, we'll understand who is a product manager and a project manager. Following that, we'll take a look at the difference between product manager and project manager. Next, we'll have a detailed look at the roles and responsibilities and the skills required to start a career as a product manager and a project manager. For choosing any professional career, it is important to have certified knowledge of that profession. So we'll also take a look at the certifications required for both product managers and project managers. We'll also talk about how a product manager and a project manager work together. And stick till the end because we'll wrap up this session by talking about the salaries of a product manager and a project manager. So without any further delay, let's get started and know what is a product. A product is offered to deliver its services to the users by putting efforts to be produced. For example, Google Maps for directional services. It can also be defined as a tangible item that an alliance creates to serve the customer's need. For example, Uber for taxi services. A product is designed to create customers' value by solving their problems with convenient evolution. And it doesn't have any explicit life cycle and has more permanence, which means that a product doesn't have any fixed end date and needs continuous discovery and development. Now let's understand what is product management. So, product management is managing the process of the product throughout the life cycle, from strategizing, designing, and development to branding of the product. The product management involves strategizing products to enhance the profit of the business, creating customers' value, creating roadmaps to get a clear idea of how to design and develop the product, specifying functional requirement and creating blueprints, and development of the product as per the requirement. And once the product is developed, it is necessary to take customers' feedback, and then only the price of the product is finalized. Now that we have an idea of product and product management, let's take a look at what is a project. A project is something that results in the product as an outcome. It is a fleeting effort commenced to construct a remarkable product or service. It can also be defined as the process of providing services to the user by focusing on scope, resources, and quality of the output. All the products have a team to work on, a budget to complete the task under a specific amount, a schedule to follow, and some expectations to meet the need of the customers. We can also determine a project as the process of executing a plan which involves taking requirements of the customers and building the solution. Projects are the temporary efforts to meet the need of the business to organize by providing services to the user. Now let's move further and understand what is project management. So, project management is defined as the process of planning and organizing the resources of the company to complete a specific task. Project management plays the same role irrespective of the belonging industry. It is the role that specifies product of an organization. The main objective of project management is to determine the goals and objective of the project. It also creates a quality assurance check to ensure the standards of the project. It is the approach of applying skills and techniques to complete a project as per customer's requirement. And it helps to get a predictable project planning and execution process. The primary constraints of project management are time, cost, scope, and quality. Now let's know more about product and product managers. So let's move further and understand who is a product manager. A product manager is a person in an organization that is responsible for product development as per the customer's requirement. The manager allows the task to the development team and manages the coordination regarding the product developed between the customers and the developers. The product manager monitors the product and the market and develop the competitive analysis. The product manager is an association between the business, developers, and the users of the product. Now let's understand who is a project manager. A project manager is an individual who plans and organizes the resources needed for the project and looks after the specific need of a project of an organization. The product manager determines the goals and objectives of the project by approaching skills and techniques needed to complete a particular project. The project manager helps to get a predictable project planning and execution process. The primary task of a project manager is to determine the scope of the project by using different methodologies of product management. For example, Agile, Scrum, Prince2, etc. The manager leads the project throughout the life cycle of the project, from initiating to planning to executing to monitoring and controlling to closing of the project. Now, let's move further and understand the difference between a product manager and a project manager. The product manager deals with the all-around needs of the product, from strategizing to branding of the product. On the other hand, the project manager deals with applying techniques to complete a particular project. The product manager focuses on building up the value of the product, but the project manager focuses on work coordination. The product manager owns the what, and the project manager owns the how. The product manager must be good at market research and strategic thinking, whereas the project manager must be good at planning and budget organizing. The product manager brings the idea related to the product into the marketplace. On the other hand, the project manager uses specific skills to deliver a valuable product. The product manager deals with the external market operations, whereas the project manager deals with the internal operations of an organization. The product manager manages the product till its complete success, whereas the project manager manages the project till it's delivered to the customers. So far, we have understood about product managers and project managers. So here's a question for you guys. What is the another title for a project manager? Do let us know in the comment section below. Now let's take a look at the responsibilities of product managers. The product manager manages the product throughout the life cycle, from initial stage of planning to the final stage of complete success of the project. The product manager strategizes the product by planning for the particular product. It's the product manager's responsibility to create customers' value by fulfilling the customer's requirement for a product. And the manager builds the roadmap for a product following which the product is created. The manager manages the specifying functional requirements to lead the team about the product. And the manager continuously manages and monitors the development of the product. And once the product is approved, it is sent out in the wild for branding and launching into the market. Let's proceed and know the responsibilities of project manager. The project manager evaluates the initial intakes that are necessary for a project. To finish the project on time, the project manager makes sure that the project is delivered to the customers on time. To manage the performance of the team by continuously monitoring and controlling the work in the team. To manage the proper communication and coordination in the team. To achieve the goal and objective of the project within the given time period. To meet the customer's requirement and make them happy. For being a product manager, one must have all the skills that are required for the profession. So let's know what are the skills that are necessary to thrive in product management. Skills that are necessary for a product manager are strategic thinking. The manager must be able to plan successful future for the product. Leadership skills. The manager must have the skills to lead a group of the people working together to achieve a common goal. Time management. The manager must be good at managing the time and complete the task under the given time period. Empathy skills. The manager must be able to understand the employee's mindset and thinking. Communication skills. The manager must be able to communicate easily with others in order to understand the other person and make him understand his own perspective. Analytics skills. The manager must have the ability to gather information about the product and analyze the information by having a market research about that. Presentation skills. The manager must be good at presenting his thoughts in a creative and attractive ways. Customer orientation. The manager must know how to put the needs of the customers over the needs of the business. Self-confidence. The manager must have self-confidence because only then he or she will be able to lead the team. Now, Let's know what are the skills necessary for a project manager. The skills that are necessary for a project manager are: the project manager must have a good knowledge of project management methodologies. For example, waterfall, agile, scrum, prince2, and many more. Risk management. The manager must be able to identify and control the threats to the organization's earning and capitals. Basic knowledge of project management tools. The manager must have the basic knowledge of project management tools, for example, dashboards, reporting, timesheets, and many more. Cost management. The manager must be good at managing the project cost to provide maximum benefits to the organization. Adaptability. To become a manager, one must be able to adjust to different conditions and circumstances. Critical thinking. The manager must be able to think rationally and understand the logical relationship between the ideas. Now let's move on and know what are the certifications available for a product manager. The certification that fits best for product managers are: Product School Product Management Certification. The Product School offers two types of product management certification. One is Product Manager Certification and the other one is Senior Product Manager Certification. The Product Manager certifications help learners to learn how to build digital product end to end, from discovery to optimization, and to develop a portfolio project with the help of your instructor. And the Senior Project Manager certification assists the product managers to enhance your technical hard skills and learn to leakage advantage to make informed decision and build strategic skill set to help guide your team in context of the marketplace. Pragmatic Institute Project Management Certification. The certification concentrates on defining the roles and responsibilities, focuses on the right feedback from the right sources, and building buyers' products. It also pledges the product managers will accumulate functional skills, tools, and templates in the field of management. The institute has its branches in over 50 plus countries and have over 10,000 plus hiring companies covering the topmost MNCs as well. The institute provides provision methodologies, adaptable resources, battle tested strategies, and the world class support to the organizations. Simplilearn Professional Certification in Product Management. Simplilearn's professional certification in product management is one of the top 4 worldwide certified programs in product management. This course is in partnership with Jain School of Global Management and involves 4 months of rigorous live training with Jain top faculties across Australia, Dubai, and India, along with live sessions from top product leaders. This program prepares you to become a product manager via an exhaustive curriculum covering all the aspects of product management and educates you on the latest industry trends, advancements, and related industry applications from top products experts via live sessions. The program provides a 150% salary hike and is connected with 2,900 plus hiring partners. The program will take you towards product strategy, new product ideations, product development, product lifecycle management, design thinking, UI UX, and many more different concepts of product management. The top companies that are hiring product managers via the Simplilearn product management course are Amazon, Microsoft, Google, IBM, Adobe, LinkedIn, Deloitte, Airbus, and many more. Now let's take a look at the certifications available for project managers. The certification that are fit for project managers are: Project Management Professional, that is PMP. Project Management Professional is an international acknowledged professional designation proposed by the Project Management Institute. Gaining a PMP certification can help you and acquisition in your professional and personal growth. The PMP certification can help you showcase your skills and get your work globally recognized. It allows you to prove your experience and competence to lead and direct projects. PMI Agile Certified Practitioners. The PMI ACP training empowers you to become a skilled agile professional with knowledge of broad range of agile methodologies. ACP is PMI's fastest growing certification, and recently ACP PMI has been updated with additional of the Agile Practice Guide. Certified Association in Product Management. The Certified Association in Project Management is a vendor neutral entry level certification to help individuals formulate project management skills. It is one of the several certifications issued by the non-profit Project Management Institute, that is PMI. Certified Scrum Master. The CSM certification course is focused on providing an improved understanding of Scrum methodologies and their implementation. It helps you to become a certified Scrum Master, a designation offered by Scrum Alliance to which who you have completed a CSM certification course and demonstrate their understanding by passing the exam. Project in controlled environments. It is also known as Prince2. Prince2 or Project in Controlled Manner Environment certification is a process-based project management method that offers a systematic approach to delivering a successful project with clear templates, processes, and steps. So far we have understood a lot about how product managers are different from project managers. Now let's understand how product managers and project managers work together. So, a product manager sets the trajectory for a project by creating visions of the and goals by doing market research and knowing the customer's requirement. And the project manager brings these visions and goals into the reality by working on the projects and develop the products. With this, we have came to the end of this session. But before we wind up, let's know what is the average salary of product managers and project managers. The average salary of product manager in India is approximately 10 lakhs and in US is approximately $90,000 to $1,60,000. The average salary of project managers is 10 lakhs in India and in US it is $75,000 for a freshers and $140,000 for an experienced person in US.
It's a pleasure to welcome you to our new video discussing the top 10 tools for product management. In this video, we will discuss what considerations should be taken before choosing a tool for product management, and then we will look out at the top tools for product management. But before we start, let's brush up on your knowledge. So here's a question for you all. What does a tool stand for? Do let us know in the comments below. Software for product management is an administrative tool used to produce and enhance a company's goods rapidly and effectively, along with successfully enhancing business profits. These tools allow product managers and their teams to gather fresh concepts and develop detailed strategies to turn them into actual products. Although these technologies are typically utilized by product managers and product teams, they also give other departments, such as marketing and sales, additional clarity and insight into product development. Product management is used for product analysis, development tracking, and road mapping. Whenever we concern tools for product managers, we often mean the basic handful of tools that the majority of us use daily. These product management tools typically consist of software for product analytics, development tracking, and road mapping. However, a product manager's duties go beyond simply gathering product perspicuity, surveying the backlog, and evaluating the product plan. Whether you are a beginner or an experienced product manager, you should utilize the right tool to ensure you are not overlooking a crucial aspect of your job. Product managers are frequently in charge of organizing the examination, choice, and purchase of product management solutions for usage inside their company. It might be challenging to choose the best product management solution, though. Now let's move ahead in our session and know what considerations should be taken before choosing tools for product management. Depending on the requirements of the business, each product firm will have a unique collection of tools in its accumulation. The set of tools that the product team employs to manage their operations is known as product management tool accumulation. These tools are frequently integrated, where they perform well together and complement one another. The product development efforts may succeed or fail greatly depending on the choice of product management tools. So, to have a successful product, there should be some considerations to follow up on before choosing a management tool. So, let's take a look at the concerns one must heed before choosing a product management tool. The very first consideration that should be taken is to recognize the demands of your product management staff. Making a charter with a list of questions for your new product management tool is an intelligent method to assess the requirements of your product management team. The charter will aid in outlining particular demands and may be used as a benchmark for assessing items. The next consideration that should be considered is to do some product research. It's time to research the various product possibilities after you have a clearer idea of your demands and criteria for a product. Reading product reviews and seeing product demonstrations are the most significant ways to accomplish this. You will have a deeper grasp of the features and how each product functions by doing the research for the product. Moving on, we have to consider items depending on product needs. Following your research, it's time to analyze the items in light of your unique needs. Start by grading each item according to how effectively it satisfies your needs. To rank the various items, you may add a column to each need to rank the various items. This stage will enable you to evaluate and contrast several solutions and decide which product management suite is best for your team. The next consideration is to aim to stay within your budget. When looking at product management solutions, budget is always an important consideration. But if you work for a startup or a smaller firm, it's much more crucial. Keep in mind that some of the top goods could have steep asking prices as well as ongoing costs. The simplest method to achieve this is to set a predetermined budget for your product tool and use it as a guide when weighing various possibilities. Then we have to make sure that the tool is with effortless use. Make sure the tool you use is simple to use before you buy it. Although it should be obvious, certain technologies are quite complex and need users to undergo many days of training. The technology that works best for you and your team will be the one that you find simple to use. Many tools allow you to try them out for free, so you may decide whether to buy them before you use them. The next consideration is reporting in real time. Find a product tool that offers real-time reporting to save time. Creating reports that reflect the product's current condition will gather data from many parts of the product management systems. Moving on, we have a reputable interface. Although there are a lot of tools available, some of them appear somewhat dated. Expandability needs to be your main criterion when selecting a tool. Opting for something attractive looking doesn't hurt either. The last consideration that should be taken is security. Scalability is great, but if your data isn't secure, neither is the integrity of your product. Examine the security features that your desired tool supplier offers. To keep your client data private and isolated from everyone else's, choose a different dedicated hosting platform. Let's proceed in our session and know what top tools are used for product management. How do you assess and determine which tools are best for your team? Consider your firm and product size and development stage as a starting point. A tiny firm with one product manager, for instance, probably won't require or have the funds for numerous tools. You could pick a few applications that provide a wide range of integrations and features. A huge organization, on the other hand, would require specific tools created for complex work streams and several teams. The very first functioning of product management is user tracking and analysis. User tracking enables you to follow online visitors while they browse your website anonymously and via a variety of methods. A product manager's research creation process includes user tracking in terms of analysis. A wide range of tools is accessible for tracking and gathering data about the demands of the user for the product. These tools may be quite useful for gathering information and understanding how users of your software or visitors to your website interact with your offerings and content. Platforms for product analytics collect and assist you in analyzing what those customers do, but merely what they say and think. You'll want a product management platform, such as Done, that provides distinct analytics and insight into how customers utilize your product. User tracking and analytics can be done using Pendo. The tool used for user tracking and analytics is Pendo. Pendo assists businesses in determining who is using the features and products they are developing. You can find out which features people like and don't like, as well as how they move across your product range with the help of our product analytics tools. Additionally, you may examine how product adoption differs depending on an account, a user's job, or their attitude. Their objective is to provide product teams with the knowledge they need to do their duties more effectively and make daily decisions with less difficulty. Although in app messaging provides our customers a method to quickly and simply put these insights into action, product analytics are fascinating and powerful. In the end, your capacity to experiment and influence behavior change within your product is what will help you grow your company and give your consumers better experiences. Apart from Pendo, the other tools that can be used for user tracking and analytics are Amplitude, Gainsight, and Google Analytics. The next functionality for product management is product strategy and road mapping. So, product strategy and road mapping is a basic exercise in product management. Even though PMs are renowned for their adaptability, mapping out your course reveals the type of stakeholder negotiating abilities and data driven planning that make product management so successful. Our knowledge of PM's experiences indicates that Product Board goes toward the making things easier side. AHA is also practical and founded on reliable theoretical understandings of how product managers operate. When choosing your road mapping tool, remember that product managers are reportedly trusted by Airtable, Airfocus, and RoadMonk. The tool used for product strategy and road mapping is Product Board. Product Board is used to prioritize features, create roadmaps, collect customer input, and validate concepts. All the tools required to create a user centered product. The road mapping capabilities of Product Board are noteworthy. Depending on how you operate, you can organize product features into release, sprint, period, or now, next, later buckets, and you may customize roadmaps for different audiences. For instance, you may develop roadmaps that are customer centered or that are expressly geared for leadership. The other tools used for product strategy and roadmap development are Product Plan, RoadMonk, and Airfocus. Moving on to the next functionality of product management is flowcharting. Even while not all product managers utilize flowchart and diagram software, it is still an excellent approach to do a task that many PMs ignore but really shouldn't. You and your organization will benefit from having a greater understanding of the whole client experience with your business after creating a customer journey map. A correctly made journey map will display every interaction a person has with your business, from their initial visit to your website or their first phone contact from a sales representative through their eventual purchase and use of your product. The tool used for flowcharting is Microsoft Visio. Visio's flowcharting and diagramming capabilities can be useful for outlining any particular elements of a user's workflow or experience with your product. The flowcharts you generate using these tools may help you get insights into how to strategically prioritize your product roadmap, since they provide a visual representation of that workflow or experience rather than just a list of the stages your client will take. Apart from Microsoft Visio, OmniGraffle is the other good tool that can be used for flowcharting in product management. Now let's move ahead and know the other functionalities and tools for product management. The other functionality of product management is presentation. A key communication skill for a product manager is the ability to present. It is a component of conveying the product strategy to the company and the team developing the product. Additionally, it is a component of consumer communication. We frequently draw attention to the poor performance of roadmap presentation tools. However, this does not imply that Keynote or PowerPoint shouldn't occupy a significant position in your toolbox for product management. For distributing your high-level goals, ideas, and plans within your company and to external audiences like clients, Presentation decks may be quite helpful. For instance, vision boards may be a potent tool for selling a group of executive stakeholders the vision of your product. Additionally, using presentations to teach salespeople or educate industry analysts about your product may be quite successful. The best tool for presentation is Microsoft PowerPoint. One of the most often used tools for presentations is PowerPoint. It is a component of the Microsoft Office package and is usable for domestic, commercial, and academic uses. PowerPoint dominated the presentation industry and was most well known for its templates and usability. This program enables anybody, from amateurs to experts, to create presentations utilizing text, graphics, video, audio, and data tables. You may deliver the presentation as you like by using a range of animations and transitions. Other than PowerPoint, Keynote, Google Slide, and SlideShare are tools that can also be used for presentations. Moving on to the next functionality of product management, it's prototyping and wireframing. Design teams experiment by turning their ideas into physical prototypes, which might range from paper to digital. To capture design concepts and user testing, teams create prototypes with varying levels of realism. You may improve and evaluate your ideas using prototypes, allowing your company to release the proper items. You must put a lot of effort into demonstrating that your product concept can be realized before bringing it to fruition. More technologies are emerging as a result of the growing significance of user design and easy consumer journeys. They also employ techniques to minimize discomfort and streamline the delivery process. The number of web based apps available has increased due to this popularity. Some, nevertheless, are a little questionable in terms of usefulness. Most people are using multi-purpose applications that may be used for prototyping, designing, and whiteboarding. If you're searching for a versatile tool that is also great for prototyping, we may suggest Figma. The best tool used for prototyping and wireframing is Balsamiq. Balsamiq Wireframes is a quick, low-fidelity UI wireframing tool that simulates sketching on a whiteboard or notepad while using a computer. It effectively pushes you to put your attention on structure and substance rather than wasting time on early debates about colors and details. With wireframes, you may quickly produce new ideas, discard the subpar ones, and identify the best solutions. The alternatives of Balsamiq for prototyping and wireframing are Sketch, InVision, and Adobe XD. The next function of product management is product development. Product development involves bringing a new thing or item to market or enhancing already available goods to boost sales. A product is initially merely a sample. For a firm to become something that can be sold on the market, a lot of time and money must be invested. The idea, design, development, and marketing of newly developed or freshly renamed goods or services are all phases in the process known as product development, sometimes known as new product management. The entire process of creating a product, from conception through market launch, is referred to as product development. Product research makes the difference between a product's success and failure, both at launch and throughout the product lifecycle, by helping you understand the requirements and desires of your consumers and keeping an eye on the competitive landscape and environment of your product. The best tool used for product development is Rally. The foundation of value stream management is Rally. By enabling business leaders to address challenging issues like how to prioritize capabilities related to development, how capabilities relate to development outcomes, how to track capabilities progress from planning to delivery, and how to find opportunities to optimize flow, Rally's insight contributes to value stream management. Rally is used by value streams to make complicated processes transparent and enable swift business pivots based on data driven choices. The alternative to Rally for product development is Azure. Moving on, we have project management as the next functionality of product management. A project manager oversees several projects that are necessary to achieve the various goals that a product manager sets for it in terms of vision, goals, and business trajectory. The project manager is therefore more of a man of action, whereas the product manager is more of a master strategist. Making a distinction between projects and products might be helpful. Though product management and project management are two different jobs, still there would be some interactive work. No product manager can operate without zero work support of a project manager. The tool used for project management is Jira. Jira brings teams together for everything from agile software development and customer service to startups and companies. Jira assists teams in planning, assigning, tracking, reporting, and managing work. Jira software, the top solution for agile teams, helps software teams develop better. A workflow is the first step in managing projects and tasks in project management software. Workflows outline your procedure and make task tracking possible for your team. Visualize your process so that your team is aware of the status of tasks and projects. Projects frequently contain checkpoints or milestones that must be met to maintain the overall project's direction. Versions are milestones in Jira Work Management. After creating versions, you may group work into several versions. Other than Jira, Pivotal, Monday.com, and Diagrams.net are the tools that are used for project management. So, moving on from project management, collaboration is the next functionality of product management. Working in the product sector offers some of the most intriguing opportunities for cross functional collaboration. Although there are difficulties, which we'll discuss momentarily, it exposes everyone engaged to every step of the product development and launch process. UX designers have the chance to learn more about marketing, and engineers have the chance to learn more about UX design. The tool used for collaboration for product management is Trello. Trello is one of the more powerful project management applications that aims to improve teamwork inside and between departments. Trello allows you to manage several projects and arrange various activities by allowing you to create boards, lists, and cards. To get a clear picture of everything that is happening, you may also set up calendars, make checklists, and assign productivity indicators. Trello has built in automation for the best processes and the least amount of manual effort, like many other top products today. Trello is an essential component of your product management stack since the job of the product manager involves coordinating a lot of various moving elements. The alternatives for Trello for collaboration are GoToMeeting, Dropbox, and Zoom. The next functionality of product management is user experience and testing. In the field of product management, the phrase user testing is frequently used. Usability testing is frequently used interchangeably with user testing. During the user testing phase of the design process, you analyze your product or service using actual customers to develop user centered designs. Through this technique, you may learn how your target market behaves when using your product, giving you useful information for the development process. The best tool used for user experience and testing is Adobe Target. Adobe Target is a rule based testing and targeting tool that can be integrated with analytics and provide reports for marketing offers, customization, and UX testing. This feature enables marketers to determine which offers, experiences, and messages are engaging customers. It has a user interface, integrated best practices, and powerful features for tracking site traffic. It allows for more conversion and properly filters results according to its self learning algorithmic methodology. The tailoring of consumer interactions across all marketing channels and business contact points may also be automated. Other tools that can be used for user experience and testing are Helio, Hotjar, and UXCam. In the end, the last functionality of product management is customer feedback and survey. Getting feedback from customers involves talking to them and asking them what they think of a good or service. To properly comprehend their behavior and demands, it is crucial to pay attention to their thoughts and feelings. It is crucial for product managers because before you can offer a helpful solution, you must embrace your people and understand the suffering caused by their issues. It's helpful to have a defined goal before pursuing a certain feedback technique. Outlining your learning objectives can help you concentrate on your study and choose which potential or current clients you should contact. This is particularly important if your product or service appeals to a wide range of demographics. And this is because various client segments may experience your product in drastically different ways. Therefore, it's crucial to be specific about who you want to talk to and what you hope to discover about their needs and expectations. The tool used for customer feedback and survey is SurveyMonkey. Following are the features of SurveyMonkey that may help product managers with customer feedbacks and surveys. obtain viewpoints, and get insightful wisdom. For every audience, it is simple to build polls, quizzes, and surveys. Obtain comments using a web link, email, mobile chat, social media, and other channels. Get sophisticated analytic tools and automatically examine your data. Your data may be exported or integrated with your preferred apps. Make smarter decisions based on facts by utilizing your insights. And alternatives, Typeform, Google Forms, and FormStack. Other than SurveyMonkey, the tools that can be used for customer feedback and surveys are Typeforms, Google Forms, and FormStack. With this, we have come to the end of this session. But before winding up, let's take a look at the bonus tools for you that serves multiple purposes in terms of product management. The very first tool is Slack. To strengthen product organization, Slack has emerged as the most crucial tool. Slack is utilized to cut down on pointless meetings, facilitate teamwork, make information widely available, and involve our consumers in the creation of new products. By acting as a central communication, reporting, and file center, the software boosts efficiency for both small and big teams. Slack Connect streamlines communication by bringing everyone into your virtual headquarters to complete tasks, breaking down organizational walls. From debating the finer points of a contract to analyzing the most recent drawings from your creative agency, Slack Connect enables real-time collaboration. Moving on, we have Canva. Branding image creation is as easy as dragging and dropping using Canva. It will just take a few minutes to do what used to take a lot of work, whether you decide to utilize your logo, social media accounts, or a hashtag. The transparency option in Canva also makes branding your product seem slick and unobtrusive to the viewer. You can maintain brand management with Canva for Teams while enabling anybody on your team to generate on-brand visuals, even without design skills. Your team may quickly create and distribute branded designs using the thousands of professionally created templates at your disposal. Even if you have little to no experience with graphic design, Canva enables you to generate that content fast and effortlessly. But before winding up, here's a question for you all. Which of these tools have you used before? Do let us know in the comments section below.
In today's competitive online landscape, outranking competitors is essential to drive organic traffic to your website and establish your brand as an authority in the industry. As companies seek to innovate and stay competitive, the role of the product manager has become increasingly important in driving success. According to the US Bureau of Labor Statistics, the employment of product managers is projected to grow by 10% from 2020 to 2030, which is faster than the average for all the occupations. Product management is an important function in modern businesses responsible for driving product innovation, development, and success in the market. This is why the salary of a product manager is pretty high. The annual salary for a product manager in the United States is $102,000. With the increasing demand for digital products and services, the role of product managers has become even more crucial in today's fast-paced and dynamic business environment. So are you ready to take your career to the next level? Simplilearn's professional certificate in product management will introduce you to the perfect mix of theoretical knowledge and extensive hands-on capstone projects. This program is in collaboration with Jain School of Global Management, which is ranked 4th in the world by Times Higher Education. This program involves 4 months of live, rigorous training from Jain's top faculties spread across Australia, Dubai, India, etc. This program covers, first, why products fail and some succeed, understanding your product. In this session, you will appreciate the purpose of your product and how to make decisions among disruptions and changing market conditions to keep the purpose anchored strong. Next course is leadership, growth mindset, and having a product culture. In this session, we will learn about leadership thinking, culture for product development, and product milestone achievement. Next is feeling the pulse of the customer product ideation and strategy. In this session, we will learn about understanding the product audience, understanding product relevance, defining key results and objectives. Next course is product idealization, design thinking, innovation, and market. In this course, we will learn about product idealization strategy, design thinking techniques, innovation and market fit, creating buyer personas, positioning, and messaging based on standard templates and frameworks. Following this course is value validation and testing if customers would pay. In this session, we will learn defining product value, conducting market research analysis, and product resource identification. Along with all these, there are many other topics and concepts that will be covered in this professional certification in product management program. So what else can you expect from this program? This program includes Simplilearn's Job Assist, which will help you get noticed by top hiring companies. Second is Jain Global School of Management certification. Third is hands-on learning experience by solving real-life product problems via project on Facebook, Tesla, Instagram, Netflix, and Nike. Fourth is hands-on learning via case studies and assignment. Then fifth is 8 times higher engagement in live online classes by Jain top global faculties. Next is Product Management Toolkit training that involves Jira, Mixpanel, Google Analytics, and Balsamiq. This program contains live session via product leaders from Amazon, Microsoft, Adobe, VMware, and is designed for graduates and experienced professionals looking to explore their careers as product managers. Upon completion of this professional certification in product management, you will receive a certification of completion from Jain School of Global Management. These certificates will testify to your skills as an expert in product management. So what are you waiting for? Don't miss out on this chance to take your career to the next level. Enroll in our professional certificate in product management program today and start your journey to become a product manager.
Today, we'll start this session by understanding what is product management and who is a product manager. Following that, we'll cover the different type of product managers and their roles and responsibilities. Moving forward, we'll learn the difference between a product manager and a project manager, and the skills that are necessary to start your career as a product manager. And stick till the end because we'll wrap up this session by knowing the top companies that are hiring product managers and the average salary of a product manager. So without any further delay, let's move on to the first phase of our session. What is product management? Product management is managing the process of the product throughout the life cycle, from strategizing to design and development to branding of the product. Product management involves strategizing products to enhance the profits of the business, creating customers' value, creating roadmaps to get a clear idea of how to design and develop the product, specifying functional requirements, and creating blueprints. Then the development of the product is done as per the requirements. And once the product is developed, it is necessary to take customer feedback and finalizing the price of the product. Now, let us understand who is a product manager. The product manager is the one who leads the team by managing the product throughout the life cycle, from strategizing to design and development to branding of the product. The product manager is the mini CEO of the product as he leads the product within the organization. The product manager is an important organizational role that focuses on long-term vision for a product. The role concentrates on the marketplace and plans the success of the product by analyzing the market needs for the product. The product manager sets the strategy and roadmaps for the product in order to provide a relevant and valuable product to the customers. The product manager acts as an association between business, developers, and users. The product managers can relate to different operations based on organization working for. For example, research and development, marketing and sales, or testing or maintenance for the product. The product manager is the individual who looks after delivering a valuable product to the market, addressing the market needs. The primary focus of a product manager is to gather the market requirements and strategize the product as per that only. The manager ensures that the product meets the needs of the market and the customer. This role is responsible for providing business to the company by developing new products and improving the already existing products. Now that you know who is a product manager, here's a question for you. What according to you is the best product in the market and why? Let us know in the comment section below. Now, there are various types of product managers. Every organization defines the role of a product manager in its own ways. On the basis of roles and responsibilities, the product managers can be differentiated into various different types. So let's move ahead and understand the different types of product managers. The very first type of product manager is a product manager. The manager manages the entire product life cycle that looks after every aspect of a product. That is strategizing, road mapping, development, branding, etc. The other type of product manager are product owners. The product owner is an individual who defines the user stories and create a product backlog. The product owner is the primary point of contact on the behalf of the customers. The third type of product manager is distributed product manager. The manager looks at the various distributed models of the product teams, that is B2B, business to business, B2C, business to customer, or B2B2C, that is business to customer. The next type of product manager is platform product manager. The one manages the internal stakeholder platforms involving web, mobile, softwares or hardwares. Moving on to the next type of product manager is technical product manager. The individual works with the engineering team and the internal stakeholders, that is design team, development team and the technical leads. The last type of product manager is growth product manager. The manager focuses on improving the business growth by looking at the customer's growth, acquisitions, and the activations. Now, let's move ahead and know what are the roles and responsibilities of a product manager. The product manager looks after a lot of works and operations of an organization. Some of the responsibility of a product manager includes defining the vision of the product, creating strategies, creating customers' value, building roadmaps, specifying functional requirements, organizing the teams, designing and development of the product, data analysis, and monitoring the product performance. When it comes to product management, many of us tend to get confused between a product manager and a project manager. So, let's move further and know the difference between a product manager and a project manager. The product manager deals with all-round needs of a product, from strategizing to design and development to branding of the product. On the other hand, a project manager deals with applying techniques to complete a particular project. The product manager focuses on building up the value of the product, but the project manager focuses on the work coordination. The product manager owns the what. On the other hand, the project manager owns the how. The product manager must be good at market research and strategic thinking, whereas a project manager must be good at planning and budget organizing. The product manager brings the idea related to the product into the marketplace. On the other hand, the project manager uses specific skills to deliver a valuable product. Now, let's move further and know the skills that are necessary to start your career as a product manager. The skills that are necessary for a product manager are strategic thinking, leadership skills, time management, empathy skills, communication skills, analytical skills, presentation skills, customer orientation, and self-confidence. To start your career in product management, you should be aware of the future scope of the field. So, let's take a look at the companies that are hiring product managers. The topmost companies that are hiring product managers are Google, Microsoft, Amazon, TCS, Oracle, SAP, HCL, Wipro, Zoho, and many more. Now, let's move to the end of this session and know what is the average salary of a manager. So, the average salary of a product manager in India is 10 lakhs per annum, whereas the average salary of a product manager in US is approximately $90,000 to $1,60,000 per annum. With this, we have came to the end of this session. But before ending this session, which company would you like to work for as a product manager? Do let us know in the comment section below.
Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to welcome you to our new session where we will discuss product management metrics and KPIs. In this video, we will discuss the top metrics and KPIs to measure the success of a product using key performance indicators. KPIs are crucial because they provide a benchmark against which to measure your performance going forward. KPIs make it obvious whether or not you are succeeding in your objectives. And by using KPIs, you may define objectives, plan a course of action to achieve them, and assess your progress as you go. But before moving ahead in our session, don't forget to subscribe to our channel and hit the bell icon to never miss any updates from Simplilearn. Now, before we start our session, here's a question for you all. What, according to you, is the most important metric that defines the success of a product? Do let us know in the comments below. Today, we'll start this session by providing you with a brief introduction to the product management metrics and KPIs. And then we will be discussing product management metrics and KPIs, and stick to the end because we will be discussing product management frameworks, which are the HEART framework and the R framework. Let's start with the session and know about product management metrics and KPIs. Like other company teams, product management teams utilize key performance indicators, or KPIs, to set clear goals and natural choices, recognize success, and spot risks and problems. A lack of KPIs can cause a product management team to have a poor sense of progress, making it challenging to evaluate and learn from past work and make it difficult to prioritize amongst different activity streams when progress veers off course. The product manager often defines these KPIs, depending on what they think are the most crucial indicators to measure and report on. The product's success and the product management process are ultimately measured and improved using product KPIs. The breadth of the product manager's KPIs might vary depending on the organization's procedures and product type. The KPIs could significantly favor the design and manufacturing of the product, for instance, if the team's primary goal is product development. However, if they want to recognize the influence on the customer, the KPIs might be more broad to include use and consumer behaviors. The decision-making process about the KPIs that matter must ultimately be left to the product team leader, although it should be highly influenced by the organization's top-level goals. Let's now understand what are product management metrics. Metrics for product management give product managers the crucial information they require to monitor the performance and health of their products. Your product is more likely to offer accurate insights on what adds value to your current users and help convert potential users by setting and tracking the proper metrics. Product metrics are used by product managers to recognize which features are most used, underused, or completely ineffective, finding out how customers interact with a product, find out how frequently people return after registering, test how well your product is received by customers, identify the user cohorts that are power users, and others. There are 5 basic metrics that are used to measure the success of a product. The very first metrics of product management are growth and activation. In product management, growth refers to boosting the utility and user base of an already existing product. Product management seeks to make an existing product more successful as opposed to conventional product management, which focuses on managing all operations necessary to bring a lucrative product to the market. To maximize user retention during onboarding and the initial hours or days, the term activation is used. Onboarding customers with less friction, educating them about the benefits of your product, and gaining their early commitment are all examples of activation goals. This holds several KPIs: number of users per session, traffic, churn rate. The next metric used for product management is retention. The capacity of a business or product to keep customers over time is referred to as customer retention. If a business or product has a high customer retention rate, it implies that consumers keep utilizing or repurchasing that good or service. Low customer retention refers to the rate at which consumers discontinue utilizing or purchasing a company's goods or service. Effects of retention, total company growth, and client loyalty. When considering extra products or services, loyal clients are more inclined to stay with a reputable business. Retention as a metric holds CRR, CLTV. The next metrics we're going to discuss is engagement. Measuring user involvement enables you to determine whether customers value your offering. Logins, downloads, and the amount of time people spend on your website are all indicators of engagement. Engagement holds daily and monthly active users, session duration. Moving on, we have user happiness as the next metric used in product management. Since user happiness is a self-reported statistic, asking users to estimate their happiness rather than observing their behavior is necessary. Happiness in the context of products and services refers to a gratifying or enjoyable user experience. Contentment, joy, and delight are additional nouns that can be used to denote happiness. User happiness is a self-reported assessment. Thus, rather than observing people's actions, you need to ask them how happy they are. That also implies that prejudice and feelings are present in this situation. User happiness holds, NPS, rating on the App Store. And the last metric used for product management is revenue. Revenue is the cash that a firm generates via its operations. Depending on the accounting technique used, there are several ways to compute revenue. Sales made on credit will be included as revenue for products or services provided to the client under accrual accounting. Revenue may be recognized following certain standards, even though payment has not yet been made. The cash flow statement must be examined to determine how well a business collects debts. Cash accounting, on the other hand, only counts sales as revenue when payment is made. Revenue holds, CAC, MRR, ARPU. Now, let's move ahead in our session and understand what are product management KPIs. The success of a team may be measured using KPIs for product management. Product management, sales, and marketing teams, as well as other business experts, use these KPIs to set objectives, track development, and address problems. Because they offer advice on setting priorities and assigning tasks, KPIs are beneficial for product managers and other team leaders. The creation and management of high-quality products for a corporation depend on these metrics. Product managers can carry out the following tasks thanks to KPIs: establish goals, track development, take notes on prior work, make sensible choices, manage competitors, resolve issues, deliver high-quality products. The very first product management KPI is monthly recurring revenue, or MRR. A company's predictable income stream from month to month is measured by its monthly recurring revenue. This metric's main objective is to compare performance between different subscription terms or packages, each with unique features and costs. For companies that provide software as a service, or SaaS, or make money by selling subscription services, this type of technology is ideal. These sales activities are recurring and simpler to predict than one-time purchases. Product managers may monitor the business's financial health and track the rise or drop of monthly revenue using MRR. This gauges a product's monthly gross sales. If you wish to compute this, you must take into account the MRR at the beginning of the month, add the income from new customers, and subtract the number of customers you lost. For subscription-based businesses like SaaS, where no further sales are made after a client becomes recurring, MRR is simple to evaluate. Monthly recurring income is calculated by multiplying the average monthly revenue per user by the overall number of users for a particular month. The next product management KPI is the customer retention rate. It is the proportion of clients who remain clients after a specific amount of time. The length of time you can keep clients will be measured using this KPI in product management. You should also check to see if steps are consistently done to keep clients if the number of customers departing starts to fall. Without a retention plan, it is common for firms to focus solely on recruiting new clients while utterly disregarding their current clientele. Asking your former clients why they choose to stop doing business with you is another strategy you may employ to lower the retention rate. Always remember that acquiring new consumers is harder than maintaining relationships with your current clientele. Older customers are more likely to spend more money with you than new ones. Additionally, it is common for current customers to test new features, upgrade plans, or offer comments. It could be more profitable for a corporation to concentrate on keeping them. The retention rate is equal to customers at the end of a period minus new customers divided by customers at the beginning of the period times 100. Moving on, the next product management KPI is the Net Promoter Score. The number of current customers who are likely to recommend your product to a friend or colleague is measured by a KPI called Net Promoter Score. It keeps track of the number of consumers that aren't interested in your goods, or detractors. Customers who give you a rating of 9 or 10 are the ones who will remain loyal to you. They sing psalms about your brand and are referred to be promoters or advocates. NPS equals the ratio of promoters to detractors. The specific definition of a good NPS score is ill-defined. The ideal NPS score does not exist. Depending on the industry, it varies. A firm in the electronics sector can have a higher NPS score than one in the telecom sector. The percentage of patrons who are inclined to suggest a product or promoters and those who disapprove of it, or detractors, is known as the Net Promoter Score. A high NPS promotes growth, and knowing how many customers are complaining might help a company identify a problem with the customer experience. This measure displays the most popular product features and may inspire teams to come up with fresh concepts for brand new features or improved UX design. Here's the equation. NPS is calculated as the percentage of promoters minus the percentage of detractors. The next KPI used in product management is average revenue per user. The average revenue per user is the amount of money a business may anticipate from a single client. This is an excellent technique for an SaaS business to evaluate the effects of a new strategy, a new subscription plan, or a pricing change. Which client segments provide the greatest value may be determined by running the computation for several subgroups. This can provide information to investors about profitability levels, guide investment choices, and guarantee the business's financial stability. You may calculate the amount of money each user generates each month or year using ARPU. Knowing your ARPU may help you make decisions more easily when you are unsure of how to price a new product or when you want to raise the price of an already existing product. Both new users and current users can have their ARPU calculated. For a new user, ARPU refers to metrics that are based on accounts after the price of the product or subscription plan changed. But for an existing user, it relates to figures from before the price change. ARPU is calculated as monthly recurring revenue divided by total accounts. The next product management KPI is customer acquisition cost. The anticipated cost of acquiring one customer for your firm is known as the customer acquisition cost. Understanding the necessity of measuring CAC is essential if you plan to operate a firm for the long term. CAC covers the money you spend on advertising, overhead, the effort of the sales staff, software used, and other expenses. Only after you can figure out the entire amount spent on each client will you be able to estimate how much you will need to spend moving forward on bringing in new business. The cost of luring and acquiring a new talent is known as the customer acquisition cost. This includes the time, materials, cash, and effort needed to create leads and turn prospects into paying customers. The customer acquisition expenses might include the price of marketing supplies, sponsoring costs, cost of software marketing, salary levels for sales and marketing staff. CAC is the sum of all past and present cash outlays divided by the total past and present customers. The next product management KPI is customer lifetime value. You may estimate a customer's lifetime value to determine how much revenue they will provide overall. In essence, it provides you with a general sense of how much income you may expect from a client before they quit doing business with you. Customer lifetime value is a common metric for determining the potential revenue a business might derive from a client over time. The term customer lifetime refers to the typical length of time a customer supports a business. Value is the amount of money or profit that a client is worth. A firm may plan its economic stability and do financial forecasting using CLTV. Obtaining cash from investors might also be aided by it. Product managers may learn from CLTV how much money they can spend on acquiring and retaining customers. These expenses include those for lead creation, marketing, and retention tactics. They want to ensure that their expenditures are reasonable given the return on their investment. Establish the average customer lifetime and average revenue per user for your company to compute CLTV. CLTV equals average revenue per user times average customer lifetime. The next product management KPI is the number of customers acquired. The number is not reserved only for your sales and marketing staff. The quantity of customers you have obtained is a good sign that your product is successful. If the discrepancy between the amount you anticipate and the actual acquisition is significant, either your skills have been overestimated or the product hasn't yet gained much traction. You may use this to identify areas where the product may be improved. Learn more about the reasons why your product failed and then act right away to redesign it to get a broader appeal. The number of new users, new user percentage, and percentage rise in user base are a few of the product management KPIs to monitor that are connected to the acquisition. The next KPI used in product management is bounce rate. The percentage of people that visit one page on a website or app before leaving quickly is known as the bounce rate. This measure gives essential information about how users behave while interacting with a company's digital content. If a business has a high bounce rate, it should look for strategies to hold users' interest for longer. It is a statistic that assesses the proportion of people that access just one page before leaving the website or simply staying for a brief period. The bounce rate provides you a chance to improve the offering so that the visitor explores more pages and progresses farther down the sales funnel. You may boost the average user's focus on the website by using this statistic. The bounce rate should be decreased according to the product manager. The next KPI for product management is churn rate. The pace at which customers depart a business, or the churn rate, is the reverse of the retention rate. Particularly following a product modification, it provides information on client satisfaction. Two different turnover rates exist: client churn and churn in revenue. Customer churn refers to the number of users who have ceased using your services or canceling their subscriptions. The business's revenue lost as a result of client churn is measured by revenue churn. While we would suggest focusing more on customer turnover than revenue churn, the latter is still crucial because it may reveal a lot about customer happiness. Customer churn rate equals customers lost divided by total customers. Moving on, the next product management KPI is the customer satisfaction score. The level of a client's happiness with a product or service feature is known as the customer satisfaction score. Companies can identify it by conducting customer satisfaction surveys, which are typically rated on a scale of 1 to 10. This can assist managers and staff in determining how they might enhance their efforts to provide a better client experience. A leader can use it to decide whether they want to do a more in-depth qualitative examination of client happiness. CSC is a metric that assesses consumer satisfaction with a given commodity or service. Customers are asked to rate their satisfaction with a particular item or service using a rating scale in this kind of survey. This metric is calculated by adding the scores and dividing them by the total number of respondents. CSC gauges how satisfied a single feature or service is, whereas NPS gauges total satisfaction. To continually learn from the customer how they like utilizing a certain feature, use CSC frequently. Make sure you address their problems based on the feedback to provide them with compelling reasons to renew the product. The next KPI we have for product management is the number of users per session. A product manager may learn which aspects of an app are most used by monitoring the number of user activities every session. This is dependent upon the acts that a user repeats. This is particularly beneficial if a business is evaluating the use of a new website or application component. They can measure client interest in the modification to see whether it is intriguing or practical. KPIs are used to monitor if a product is still meeting client demands. This KPI monitors user activity on your website and mobile application. Any action they do and the characteristics they employ fall under this category. This is a potent KPI that may direct your approach to feature uptake. The next KPI is traffic. The volume of users who locate and assess websites are referred to as traffic. It may be organic, emerging spontaneously, or it may be paid, emerging as a result of sponsorship of content or the purchase of advertising space by a business. People that are in traffic are typically curious about a company and may eventually make a purchase. This is a useful indicator for assessing the success of your internet marketing. Additionally, it may be eye-opening to know where your traffic comes from. You will be able to identify the most effective channels for you when you measure sponsored traffic. You will be able to identify which platforms perform best and which don't, if you have a variety of channels where you post content to generate organic traffic. Analyzing this measure will be fun for your marketing team. You should ask the user why there isn't more active participation if you see that the engagement rate is low. Send your clients questionnaires to learn where you are falling short and how you can enhance their experience to encourage them to utilize more of your product. Moving ahead, the next KPI used for product management is session duration. The amount of time a person spends interacting with a website during a session. Strategies to monitor the use of digital products include this kind of measure. Although revenue is not measured, customer involvement is, and this has a big influence on sales. The more a customer engages with a business's website and digital content, the more probable it is that they will purchase anything from that business. Online resources may offer vital information to prospective customers about the goods, goals, and values of a business. Longer session times demonstrate user interest in a website, which is beneficial. The success of a marketing campaign may be measured by user interactions, which can also foster brand loyalty. These kinds of measures that are centered on the customer are great strategies to increase financial performance. The number is crucial because it lets you know how valuable the information in your offering is. In the end, it will have an impact on client loyalty and retention rate. Adding new videos and links and enhancing your website's general design are the only ways to improve it. Session duration equals the total time users spend on your product divided by the number of users. The other KPI is daily and monthly active users. How many active daily and monthly users you have is an important product consumption measure. It demonstrates whether your product is compelling enough. You must select a time frame and kind of interaction when defining active users. Users are active if they complete the interaction within the specified time frame. You can think of them as inactive users if they don't. The number of unique users that visit your digital product on a daily or monthly basis is tracked by the daily active user and monthly active user counts. Daily active users are the daily total of active users. Users who are active each month are counted as monthly active users. To get a clear picture of how engaging your product is, compare your active users, daily and monthly, to your entire user base. The last KPI used for product management is rating on the App Store. Users may give your app a star rating on a scale of 1 to 5. The summary rating of your app, which appears on your product page and in search results, is based on user ratings. When you publish a new version of your app, you have the option to reset the summary rating, which is unique to each region on the App Store. However, we advise being cautious when using this function. Having few ratings may deter potential users from installing your app, even if refreshing the summary rating might guarantee that it matches the most recent version of your program, which can be advantageous if an update answers customers' prior issues. Now let's move ahead in our session and know the frameworks used for product management. So in this video, we will be discussing the two most important frameworks of product management. That is, HEART framework and R framework. So let's first understand the HEART framework. An approach to enhance software user experience is called the HEART framework. According to 5 indicators focused on the user, the framework aids businesses in assessing any part of their user experience. The HEART framework, which was created for user experience designers and researchers, may be a helpful technique for product managers, since it is centered on developing a deeper understanding of user behavior and user preferences. Google UX created the HEART framework 10 years ago as a means of precisely defining product KPIs. To enable data-driven decision-making, it aids in defining and delivering user-centered product metrics. The HEART framework may be used by product managers to prioritize features, assess the performance of a product, and make more data-driven product choices. The user's experience is measured by HEART. Instead of focusing on system or technology metrics like failures, we wish to pay more attention to user data like usage frequency. These categories include happiness, engagement, adoption, retention, task success. Adoption. The rate of users who finish the trial or onboarding process and switch to regular use is known as adoption. It tracks the success of your client acquisition and activation processes and enables you to pinpoint the factors that encourage repeat usage. Task success. To determine whether users can successfully execute their tasks using your solution, look at task success. Based on the findings of these tests, you may modify your app's functionality, such as the back end, to make sure information flows through it smoothly and delivers the outcomes users are looking for. Engagement. User activity is gauged via engagement. Depending on your product, this may include the number of sessions each week, the number of likes or downloads, the length of sessions, the number of transactions, as well as other metrics. It is vital to define, track, and monitor suitable user behaviors in your app. The findings will provide you invaluable insights into how people use your app, and you will be able to observe the effects of any changes you make. Retention. The percentage of people that often utilize your product is measured by retention. It's important to keep track of who is and isn't returning to your product and why, as negative retention, also known as churn, will affect how your product performs in the market. Happiness. Users' levels of happiness reflect their opinions of your product. It is a way to gauge how satisfied users are, and methods include surveys, in-app reviews, and Net Promoter Score, or NPS. This is quite helpful when determining how customers feel about the most recent version of your product or the addition of a new feature. This may then affect the features you decide to preserve and the ones you decide to create. Now, coming toward the end of our session, let's learn about the R framework. One of the most often used frameworks for measuring growth and success in SaaS and startup businesses is the R model. The Pirate metrics, or Pirate framework, are other names for it. It was first proposed by David McClure, the founder of Practical Venture Capital. It divides your client lifecycle into 5 phases and correlates each with relevant KPIs, starting with the initial point of contact and continuing until a potential customer converts to a paying one. This will offer you a clear understanding of which stages of the client lifecycle are succeeding and where there is room for improvement in your conversion funnel. R is a startup metric approach created by entrepreneur and angel investor David McClure, often known as startup metrics for pirates. You may improve the user experience for your customers by using these metrics, which reflect all consumer activity patterns. They let you measure conversions more accurately and concentrate on the best channels. The nicest part about R is that it doesn't require any technological expertise, making it simple to comprehend for both seasoned entrepreneurs embarking on new projects and for newcomers with brand new enterprises. In short, it exists to assist you in making better data-driven decisions and achieving success by maximizing each of the 5 criteria. And if you comprehend them, you'll be able to see any issues with your startup straight away, as well as what specifically isn't working and how to correct it. By doing this, you may prevent basing choices on guesswork or on bad information. The 5 stages of your client's lifecycle are referred to as R, which are acquisition, where do customers come from? Activation, the process of converting acquired clients into engaged ones. Retention, how to entice potential clients to return. Referral, techniques for encouraging clients to endorse your offerings. Revenue, how to convert prospective clients into paying clients. Acquisition, in essence, you want individuals to register for something. For instance, you could want someone to register for a free trial. Keep up strong traffic acquisition. You need to make sure your website is receiving qualified leads. The fact is, if you have a good amount of focused visits each month, you don't need a ton of leads to obtain clients. Save your time. Establish your target demographic and conduct a campaign to build anticipation for the launch. When customers are waiting for your product to launch, gaining new customers will be simpler. You must provide your audience with value if you want your advertising to be effective. For instance, you provide an automated email marketing service. In this situation, a smart place to start is an online network for experts in email marketing. To pique interest and discreetly promote your product to the audience, publish engaging pieces regarding email marketing growth techniques. Activation. The value and happiness a firm provides at this stage mark the beginning of a connection with a consumer. And whether or not that relationship progresses further down the funnel will depend on those factors. The number of people who do a certain action, such as seeking additional information, subscribing to a YouTube channel, or making a purchase, may be used to assess activation. The number of customers or users who have been activated would be divided by the total number of people that viewed the website, or etc., to arrive at a formula that would be helpful at this point. Retention. Retention is essential to economic success for any organization that wants to endure for a long time. This is because the most significant measure of how much people value your product or service is retention. Depending on the pricing range of your goods, attracting first-time buyers or customers may not be challenging because people make impulsive purchases every day. A subsequent purchase or engagement, however, shows that the customer was satisfied and that the item or service matched their needs. Businesses use many techniques for measuring retention, however, such as annual recurring revenue, monthly recurring revenue, customer churn, repeat purchase ratio, and time between purchases may be approaches to gauge client base retention. Referral. Referrals are one of the last components of the pirate funnel. It is crucial to remember that many graphic representations of the funnel include an arrow called acquisition that loops up from the bottom back to the top. And this is because a perfect funnel would be a loop or a customer cycle that keeps bringing in new clients while maintaining existing ones. Successful referrals may be especially crucial since they are a less expensive method of acquiring customers than traditional marketing. And because of the impact of family and friends, they are frequently predisposed to brand loyalty if individuals in their circle are already customers. There are no ideal measures for this statistic. However, several metrics, such as number of active users sharing invites, can assist a firm when they start tracking referrals. Many times, people fail to mention that they were recommended, or a user who receives an invite from a friend may take months or even years to activate. Nevertheless, a good referral program may be demonstrated by reduced customer attrition, sustained growth, and overall program success. Revenue. Although money is transferred earlier in the customer lifecycle, revenue may be unreliable if the preceding phases aren't completed and measured. For this reason, revenue is frequently shown as the last step in the pirate funnel. Rapid revenue production is less important for a company's success than effective marketing and initiatives to keep customers and get them to recommend others. The ability to track income correctly is essential for a business to succeed. And while being aware of total revenue after costs is crucial, it only represents a small portion of the full picture. To get a full view of a company's success and make informed financial decisions, it's important to evaluate income across a variety of user, product, and service categories. So far, you've learned a lot about product management metrics and KPIs. So here's a question for you all. Which metrics would you prefer to measure a product if it's good to go or not? Do let us know in the comments below. And if you have any questions regarding product management metrics or KPI, then do let us know in the comments below. Product managers and product owners are two terms that may sound quite similar, but when it comes to roles and responsibilities and the work focus, both terms are way too different from each other. So let's move ahead with this session and understand the difference between product managers and product owners. But before moving ahead, don't forget to subscribe to our channel so that you never miss an update from Simplilearn. And before we move on with our session, here's a question for all of you. Which organization are you planning to join as a product manager? Do let us know in the comments section below. Today we'll start this session by understanding who is a product manager, and then we'll understand who is a product owner. Moving ahead, we'll understand what is the focus of both roles, and then we'll know the skills necessary for a product manager and a product owner. Then we'll understand the difference between product managers and product owners. And then we'll discuss the switching in the roles. And then we'll understand, does an organization need both roles? And stick to the end, because we will wrap up this session by talking about the salaries of both product managers and product owners. Now let's start this session and understand who is a product manager. A product manager is the one who defines what success looks like for a product, articulates what that success looks like in terms of a product, and rallies a team to make that vision a reality. They do this by determining the customer need and the more significant business objectives a product or feature will accomplish. Product management is responsible for strategically directing the creation, introduction to the market, ongoing maintenance, and enhancement of a company's products. The long term strategy, product vision, market trends, and the discovery of new opportunities are the primary responsibilities of a product manager. To ensure a product's effective launch, product managers oversee tasks and groups of people. In addition to conducting user research, this expert sets a long term product strategy and a product roadmap and decides which features to include. Although it's frequently not clearly defined, the position of a product manager, or PM, is crucial and critical in many businesses. All product managers lead the development of products and are ultimately in charge of the success of those products, even if the duties of PMs vary quite a bit among industries and enterprises. Product managers monitor the market and conduct competitive analysis while serving as a point of contact between a company's business, its developers, and its customers. A product manager can be anyone with the right mindset who is curious and willing to learn. The manager collaborates closely with the development team and is in charge of coordinating the efforts of all groups working on a product, including the engineering, design, marketing, and sales teams. Production must be regularly tracked and managed to ensure that it meets quality standards and client specifications. Now let's understand who is a product owner. A product owner is a specialist who makes certain a development team completes duties that enhance a product. Additionally, they act in the client's and their consumers' best interest. The position is derived from Scrum Project Management, a framework for setting up the team dynamics and duties for a project. The backlog, or list of necessary work, is likewise managed by the product owners. To help their team know what to focus on, the product owner lists each step in the backlog along with a description of what it requires. These experts, consequently, frequently possess extraordinary strategic and communication abilities. A product owner acts as the organization's point of contact when using Scrum to keep all sections of the business updated on a project's progress. A key position, called product owner, is in charge of speaking on behalf of the development team's interests to the client. Their responsibility is to guarantee that a user advocate attends development meetings. Representing the customer's interests to the development team is the responsibility of a strategic role. They ensure a user advocate is present at all development meetings. The product owner is in charge of preserving and enhancing the product roadmap to maximize the value of the goods. The primary point of contact for the design team to identify the product specs is the product owner. This product roadmap will consist of a prioritized list of client requirements. It is the responsibility and accountability of this expert to identify and prioritize user needs. Now, let's understand what both roles focus on. So let's begin with knowing what a product manager focuses on. The following categories can be used to organize some of the product manager's tasks. Number 1, by doing user research and revealing key insights, learn what users need. Number 2, develop the long-term vision and plan for the product. Number 3, bring the team together around a unified product roadmap. Number 4, choose the upcoming features to be built. Number 5, offer clients features that work and make them happy. Number 6, promote alignment concerning the overall strategy and direction of the product across the team, partners, and external stakeholders. Number 7, examining client needs. Number 8, researching a good, service, rival, or market. Number 9, collecting and evaluating customer reviews of a product or service. Now let's know, what does a product owner focus on? The only person in charge of backlog grooming is the product owner. The product owner also does the following in addition to that. Number 1, prioritizes the user stories and organizes them in the product backlog based on the user pains and problems the customers are experiencing. Number 2, To make sure that the development team knows what to work on next, the team builds and prioritizes production processes. Number 3, participates in all Scrum and Agile meetings to make sure that the development activity is in line with the roadmap established by the product manager. Number 4, conveys to the development team the customer's voice. Number 5, input to the product manager on the validated roadmap. Number 6, transform the project manager's goals into actionable tasks. Number 7, make these jobs part of the employee's everyday obligations. Number 8, user stories should be written for the development team. Number 9, maximization of the value of the product produced by the development team's efforts. Now let's move this session toward the responsibilities of both roles. Now let's see what are the responsibilities of a product manager. To maintain, develop, and increase the sales of current products, a product manager must communicate with several internal and external business stakeholders. They also must do research and come up with ideas for new products based on their interactions and experiences. A product manager must do market research, undertake margin analysis, and evaluate performance to analyze product demand, positioning, and profitability, as well as forecast future trends. Product managers also make pricing, branding, and other decisions. The very first responsibility of a product manager is monitoring competitors. Finding and analyzing your competitors' products, prices, and sales and marketing strategies is known as competitive monitoring, sometimes known as competitive analysis. The next responsibility of the product manager is understanding the user's needs. It is your duty as a product manager to determine the target market and to understand the people who use your service, or your users, and what they want to do to build a solution that works for them. The next responsibility is assembling market research and competition data. By conducting market research, you might meet clients for your company. Investigating your competitors may enable you to set your business apart. For a competitive edge for your small business, figure out how to combine them. To learn more about the market, product managers speak with data scientists. The next responsibility is monitoring internal stakeholders. Monitoring stakeholders is the process of looking closely at stakeholder relationships for products, tailoring engagement tactics for stakeholders through changes to engagement strategies and plans, and observing and managing the team. Translation: transferring information from the design team to the development team. The next responsibility of a product manager is to achieve the product goals and objectives. Product goals translate the product vision into specific, measurable objectives. They are quite detailed in terms of your product's performance after it is completed and how you'll measure it. The last responsibility of the product manager is depicting the parameters for product accomplishment. By providing the metrics and data, one may obtain a sense of how to position the product successfully in the market. Now let's move toward the responsibilities of a product owner. Both product owners and managers are involved in the process of developing new products, but their responsibilities are distinct in terms of how they accomplish objectives and where they are located at various stages of the process. The very first responsibility of product owners is engaging stakeholders. Product owners often collaborate with internal stakeholders inside the business. They oversee important interactions with managers, their departments, and the board of directors. To develop the goods and provide answers, these experts gather data from various parties. To enhance user stories in the backlog, a product owner may speak with end users directly. When developing a product, taking into account the viewpoints of many professionals and customers may help both roles perform their responsibilities more successfully. Moving on to the next responsibility of a product owner is taking care of obligations. Product owners concentrate more narrowly on small-scale activities. Product owners are in charge of a project's day-to-day operations and details, while product managers focus on the project as a whole. To assure product fulfillment, these experts may, for example, oversee the manufacturing team, create a backlog, and work with warehouses. The next responsibility of a product owner is analyzing customers. Similar research is conducted by product owners to understand the needs and preferences of the target market, but they are also in charge of teaching the whole team about these topics. Product owners and Scrum teams see to it that all team members incorporate consumer perspectives while creating or updating these features. Along with the product manager, they also help the backlog be optimized based on client input and check to see if a product adequately incorporates it. Moving forward, the next responsibility of a product owner is directing group efforts. Product owners often collaborate with teams daily to make sure they correctly follow a plan and meet backlog requirements. As a consequence, they could collaborate with product managers to choose the most important features and the most suitable schedule. Additionally, these experts could let designers know what is expected of them and assist them in creating mockups or prototypes. The next responsibility of a product owner is product backlog management. The product owner must compile the backlog of items and prioritize them following the overarching strategy and corporate goals. The product owner will also need to map out project dependencies to determine the proper order of development. But the product backlog isn't just a list of things to accomplish. It's a dynamic document that has to be updated often in response to changing project requirements as it develops. And the last responsibility of a product owner is observing the stages of development. The product owner should devote a substantial amount of time to managing the actual creation of the product once the vision, strategy, and product priorities have been established. They play a significant role in all phases of the event, including planning, fine-tuning, reviewing, and sprinting. The Agile product owner collaborates with stakeholders throughout the planning phases to determine and arrange the tasks necessary for the following iteration. After that, they will get together with their team to polish the procedure, pinpoint any problems, and assist with the sprint. Now let's move on to the skills of both product managers and product owners. So let's begin with skills required by a product manager. Strategic thinking. Understanding your position in the market, concentrating on the goals, and seeing chances can help you plan and build tactics. Leadership skills. The capacity of a person to inspire and guide a team of others working together to accomplish a common objective. And time management. The capacity to effectively manage time so that the product may be delivered in the allotted time. Empathy skills. The capacity to relate to and comprehend the ideas and feelings of another person. Empathy requires placing oneself in the other person's position. Communication skills. How one interacts with others and the act of imparting knowledge. Our ability to communicate effectively allows us to provide information in a way that the audience can comprehend it. Presentation skills. The capacity to convey in an engaging, original, and visually appealing manner. Now let's move ahead and know the skills required by product owners. Design reasoning. To promote product breakthroughs, product owners must feel at ease creating hypothesis-driven development environments. Analytical skills. The management, evaluation, and approval of the product backlog should be the top priority for a product owner. For this reason, they need to be adept analysts who can review product problems and upgrades critically and come up with logical remedies rapidly. Cooperation abilities. Product owners, who act as liaisons between Scrum teams, must be at ease with continual engagement. They should prioritize cooperation and be at ease with delegating, dispute resolution, and interacting with people of all temperaments and emotions. Decision making. Another essential ability for product owners is decision making. The product owner, a senior member of a product development team, makes several choices every day, including choosing which items to add to the product backlog, how to rank them, and how to inform the team of these decisions. Resolution of disputes. The resolution of disputes is the capacity to resolve problems using established techniques or developing new ones. Because of the many parties engaged in the project, disputes may arise often for you as the product owner during the product development cycle. Aptitude for learning. One of the most crucial qualities for product owners to have is an aptitude for learning. It's crucial to be abreast of the most recent market trends, customer demands, and corporate requirements. Moving on with our session, let's understand the difference between product managers and product owners. Product managers have a greater strategic role. With broader corporate objectives in mind, they define and map out the product management process across the product lifecycle. Whereas product owners take on a more proactive role and prioritize immediate fulfillment. By creating customer stories the team can utilize to make more user led decisions for product development, they assist in maximizing the value of the product. They concentrate on the market, corporate goals, and the product's vision. Whereas product owners collaborate with cross functional agile teams to carry out these needs by converting the product manager's strategy into concrete activities. The why, who, and what are the responsibility of the product manager. Their roles reach might vary greatly or be very constrained based on a variety of variables. On the other hand, a product owner's scope is often smaller than a product manager's. Product owners are in charge of the how. Artifacts like a product roadmap, a product vision card, or a product requirement document are frequently the responsibility of product managers. Product backlogs, sprint backlogs, and the definition of done are just a few examples of the artifacts that product owners must create and manage. Product managers may oversee the product discovery procedure, enabling team participation. But on the other hand, many of the product ceremonies that take place throughout the product lifecycle, such as sprint planning and backlog grooming, also include product owners. The product manager is very knowledgeable about consumer goals and how to ease their problems. And the development team's customer expert is the product owner. The multidisciplinary product team is led by the product manager. They are ultimately in charge of achieving business and product objectives and also report progress to executives. Whereas the implementation activities are overseen by the product owner on the development team. To decide which features the development team will focus on next, they collaborate closely with the product manager and other product team members. Based on client feedback, the product manager fine-tunes and modifies the product strategy and vision. But product owners make sure that consumers' opinions are considered when choices about various products are made within the company. Long-term customer support and continuous product capabilities are priorities for product managers. Whereas product sprints and releases continue to get product owners short to mid-term attention. Plans and important business results are the responsibility of the product manager. Delivering value to the end users is the responsibility of the product owners. Product managers must communicate with the product teams, even if they are customer-facing. They must work on wireframes and prototypes and attend Scrum sessions. This is because it's up to PMs to determine the overarching vision, making it crucial to collaborate closely with the product teams. And product owners need to comprehend and sympathize with client needs. If they don't have this, every product they develop will continue to overlook different client pain issues. Now, the next phase is knowing the switch in the roles of a product manager and product owner. So the first question that arises is, can a product manager be a product owner? A product manager's role encompasses end-to-end product management, including feature functionality, product road mapping, and reacting to customer input, in addition to product development and Scrum. A product manager can also be a product owner because they have a common objective. While the two jobs have the same goal of recognizing client needs and turning those needs into technological requirements, their respective scopes and objectives differ. Leaders must thus decide which of these product specialists their company requires. And in same ways, the next question is, can a product owner be a product manager? So the answer is, a product manager and owner can be the same individual. There are undoubtedly many duties and objectives that overlap with both jobs. But because of this, it makes it logical that many businesses utilize a single person to meet the requirements of both positions and use the Scrum product owner as an agile product manager, as Roman Pilcher points out. But the thing that comes next in our mind is, does an organization need both roles? Instead of the titles that will be used, the true question regarding what a firm requires must start with what the desired product outcome is. Prioritizing business value comes first, followed by evaluating the responsibilities and procedures of the product management team to support those objectives. A business system that lacks flexibility frequently has structures and processes built into it. A review of current work assignments, obstacles to be overcome, the overall decision making process, and the desired outcome are all necessary. A better understanding of the business's operations will exist once all of these issues have been evaluated, solved, and prioritized. You'll be able to identify any issues, delays, or subpar product management. You could discover that there are new ways in which you can acclimate to the product management framework. It is possible to combine product ownership and management with other tasks, such as product marketing. Now, coming to the end of our session, let's discuss the salary of product manager and product owners. The average salary of a product manager in India is 10 lakhs per annum, and in the US is 90,000 to 160,000 US dollars per annum. The average salary of a product owner in India is 13 lakhs, and in the US is approximately 1 lakh US dollars per annum.
So guys, let's start with the first fundamental question, that why do companies conduct market research? So guys, market research is a process of gathering, analyzing, and interpreting information about a market, including its customers, competitors, and overall industry dynamics. It involves collecting data from various sources such as surveys, interviews, observations, and secondary research also, and using that data to gain insights into market trends, consumer preferences, and competitive landscape. The primary objective of market research are, first, understanding the consumer needs, preferences, and behavior. Second one we have is identifying market opportunities and potential threats. Third one we have is assessing the feasibility and viability of new product or services. Now let's move on and try to understand what are the major categories of market research. Here are top 4 major categories of market research. The first one that we have all over here is quantitative research. This category focuses on collecting numerical data from a large sample size to quantify consumer behaviors, preferences, and attitudes. It involves methods such as surveys, online polls, questionnaires, and experiments, which allows for statistical analysis and generalization of findings. Next one we have all over here is qualitative research. Qualitative research aims to gain deeper insights into consumer motivations, perceptions, and attitudes through non-numerical data collection methods. Techniques such as interviews, focus groups, ethnographic studies, and observations are commonly used to provide rich, descriptive insights into consumer behavior. Third one we have all over here is primary research. Primary research involves collecting first-hand data directly from the target market using methods such as surveys, interviews, and observations. This type of research provides customized and up-to-date information tailored to the specific research objective of the project. And finally we have is secondary research. Secondary research involves gathering and analyzing existing data and information that has already been collected by other sources. This can include industry reports, government publications, academic studies, market intelligence reports, and data from online databases. Secondary research is often used to supplement primary research findings, provide context, or validate research hypotheses. Now let's move on and try to understand what are the benefits of using marketing techniques. So guys, using market research techniques offer numerous benefits, including few of them are, the first one that we have all over here is understanding customer needs. Market research techniques allows businessmen to gain insights into customer preferences, behaviors, and needs. By understanding what drives their target audience, businesses can develop products and services that better meet customer expectations, leading to increased customer satisfaction and loyalty. Second one we have is identifying market opportunities. Through market research, businesses can identify new market trends, niches, and opportunities for growth. By analyzing market data and consumer insights, businesses can uncover unmet needs or underserved segments, which allows them to capitalize on emerging trends and gain a competitive edge. Third one we have all over here is informed market decision. Market research techniques provide valuable feedback that can be used to inform product development efforts. By gathering insights from customers through surveys, interviews, or focus groups, businesses can identify product features, functionalities, and improvements that align with customer preferences and market demands. Next one we have all over here is measuring ROI. Market research enables businesses to measure the effectiveness of their marketing initiatives, product launches, or strategic decision by tracking the key performance indicators or KPIs and also conducting post-campaign analysis. Businesses can evaluate their return on investment and identify areas for improvement or optimization. Overall, market research techniques provide businesses with valuable insights, enabling them to make data-driven decisions, stay ahead of market trends, and maintain a competitive edge in today's dynamic business environment. Now let's move on and discuss about top marketing research techniques. Here are some of the top 8 marketing techniques. The first one that we have all over here is surveys. If I talk about surveys, guys, surveys are a research method which are used to collect data from sample of individuals by asking them questions about their attitudes, behaviors, preferences, or opinions. Surveys can be conducted through various channels such as online questionnaires, phone interviews, face-to-face interviews, or mailed questionnaires. Second one we have all over here is focus groups. Focus groups are a qualitative research method that involves gathering a small group of individuals representing the target market to participate a guided discussion led by a moderator. Focus groups provide insights into consumer perceptions, opinions, and attitudes through group interaction and discussion. Third one we have all over here is social media listening. Social media listening, also known as social media monitoring or social media listening, involves monitoring and analyzing conversations, mentions, and trends on social media platforms to understand consumer sentiment, preferences, and behavior. Social media listening allows businesses to track brand mentions, monitor competitor activities, identify emerging trends, and engage with customers in real time. Fourth one we have all over here is experimental research. Experimental research is a method which is used to establish cause and effect relationships between variables by manipulating one or more variables, observing the effects on another variable. Experimental research involves control experiments conducted in laboratory or real-world settings to test hypotheses and draw conclusions about the effects of interventions or treatments. Next one we have all over here is data mining. Guys, you would have heard about data mining. Data mining is the process of extracting patterns, trends, and insights from large data sets using various statistical, machine learning, and data analysis techniques. Data mining allows businesses to uncover valuable insights about consumer behavior, preferences, and trends hidden within large volumes of data. Next one we have is observation. Observation is a research method used to systematically observe and record behaviors, events, or phenomena in natural or controlled settings without direct interaction with participants. Observation allows researchers to gather data about participant actions, interactions, and behavior as they occur in real time. Next one we have is public domain data. Public domain data refers to the information that is freely available and not subject to copyright or other legal restrictions. Public domain data can include government publications, open access research articles, historical records, and other types of data that are accessible to the public without restrictions. Next one we have all over here is competitive analysis. Competitive analysis is the process of evaluating and analyzing the strengths and weaknesses of competitors with a specific industry or market. Competitive analysis involves gathering information about competitors' product, pricing strategies, marketing efforts, and market share to identify opportunities and threats and inform strategic decision making. So guys, I hope so you would have got an idea regarding what are the top 8 marketing techniques that you can apply for your business. Now let's move on and discuss a case study of Apple, where we are going to discover how their market research made one of the most successful product, which is known as iPod. So guys, in the early 2000s, Apple revolutionized the music industry with the introduction of iPod, a portable digital music player. Apple's success with the iPod can be attributed in part to its meticulous market research and understanding of consumer needs. Before developing the iPod, Apple conducted extensive market research to identify opportunities in the digital music market. They recognized the consumers were frustrated with the existing MP3 players, which were often bulky and had limited storage capacity, and were difficult to use also. Additionally, Apple identified a growing demand for digital music downloads and recognized the potential for a device that seamlessly integrated hardware, software, and content. Apple's market research guided the design and development of the iPod, focusing on the key features that address the consumer pains, points, and preferences. These features include a sleek, portable design, a user-friendly interface with the iconic click wheel, and significant storage capacity to hold thousands of songs. Additionally, Apple partnered with the record labels to secure licensing agreements for its iTunes Music Store, offering consumers a convenient and a legal way to purchase and download digital music. The iPod was launched in October 2001 to a widespread acclaim, quickly becoming a cultural phenomenon and transforming Apple into a dominant player in the digital music industry. Apple's market research driven approach enabled them to create a product that resonated with the customers, driving significant demand and establishing the iPod as a market leader in the portable music players for years to come. This case study highlights the importance of market research in understanding consumer needs, identifying market opportunities, and guiding product development efforts. By conducting thorough market research, companies like Apple can develop products that meet consumer demands and achieve commercial success in the competitive markets.
Picture this. There's a team working hard on a cool new tech product. They are excited, but when they launch it, something's off. People aren't connecting with it like they hoped. That's where user personas come in. By really understanding who their users are, the team turned things around. Suddenly, the product wasn't just liked, it was loved. Here's the kicker. Studies show that using these user personas can make designing stuff way easier, like over 130% easier. But get this, most companies aren't using them. It's like having a secret weapon and not even knowing it. Our story, inspired by real events, shows just how important it is to understand the people using your tech. Crafting these user personas isn't just about being creative, it's about making sure your product speaks directly to the folks who will use it. It's a journey that can turn a dud into a hit. So as we dive into the world of user persona creation, remember, it's all about putting a human touch on technology, one persona at a time. Have you ever been curious about how tech giants like Spotify, Amazon, or Netflix seem to intuitively know your preferences, offering up songs, products, or TV shows that perfectly match your taste? The secret behind this almost psychic ability isn't a result of mystical foresight. It's the strategic use of user personas. If you want to know what user persona is, so user persona are semi-fictional characters that businesses create based on real data and insights from their actual or potential customers. These personas are crafted to represent key segments of a product's audience, including detailed profiles that encompass not just basic demographic information, but also behaviors, goals, needs, and pain points. For instance, consider Fitness Fiona. Now we'll see a persona for a health and wellness app. That is, Fiona, age 30, is an outdoor activity enthusiast who seeks motivation and tools to track her fitness progress. So the creation of such persona is driven by a desire for empathy and a deep understanding of users' needs, allowing designers to create products, services, and experience that truly resonate. So you could see the example of a persona here, and this is for the Fitness Fiona. That's a quick overview, we'll have it. So first we have the age and occupation. So the age is 30 and the occupation is digital marketing specialist. And then we have the lifestyle and interest. So the lifestyle is, she leads an active lifestyle with a keen interest in outdoor activities like running and hiking, and value health, community, and personal growth. And then the goals. She seeks to maintain a healthy, balanced lifestyle despite a busy schedule and aims to stay fit and participate in community fitness events. And the challenges she was facing was struggles to find time for regular workouts and to stay motivated, and overwhelmed by the vast amounts of fitness information available. And if we talk about her app usage, so she prefers using fitness tracking apps and engaging with health and wellness content online. Looks for apps that provide personalized workout plans, nutritional guidance, and community support. And the tech savviness, that is high, integrates technology seamlessly into her fitness journey. Fiona represents the target user for a health and wellness app, guiding the development towards features that addresses her specific needs and challenges. So this was about a user persona of a lady, that is Fitness Fiona. Now moving to the role of user persona in the company or any role you want. So user persona play a pivotal role in guiding the development and marketing of products and services. Their impact is far-reaching, influencing decisions across various stages of project development and execution. So let's see the points. The number one is enhances user-centered design. So user personas keep the focus on the user's need, preferences, and behaviors, ensuring that product design and functionality are tailored to meet the actual requirements of the target audience. The next is improved product development efficiency. By understanding the specific needs and challenges of the personas, teams can prioritize features and functionalities that offer the most value, thereby streamlining the development processes. Then we have facilitate better marketing strategies. Knowing the personas help in crafting targeted marketing campaigns that speak directly to the interest, needs, and pain points of potential users, improving engagement and conversation rates. Then we have aids in content creation and personalization. Content can be designed to resonate with the personas, whether it's blog post, social media content, or email marketing, ensuring higher relevance and engagement. Then the point is enhance user experience. With insights into the personas, preferences, and behaviors, UX designers can create more intuitive interfaces and interactions that enhance satisfaction and usability. And then the point is guide product customization and innovation. Understanding the evolving needs of your personas can lead to innovations or customizations that keep your product or service competitive and aligned with user expectations. And then we have supports decision making. When faced with decisions about feature inclusion, design changes, or market positioning, user personas provide a preference point that reflects the user's base collective needs and desires. So these are the role of user personas, and the creation and utilization of user personas are foundational elements in crafting products and experiences that truly meet and exceed user expectations, driving satisfaction, loyalty, and ultimately business success. Now we'll see the process of creating user personas. So creating user persona is a structured process that combines research, analysis, and creative synthesis. The goal is to generate actionable insights that guide product development, design, and marketing strategies. So we'll have an overview of the steps involved in creating effective user personas. So the number one step is conduct research. Start by gathering data about your potential or existing users. This can include qualitative methods like interviews, focus groups, and ethnographic observation, as well as quantitative methods such as surveys and analysis of user behavior data from analytics platforms. So let's understand this with an example. So let's consider a scenario. The development team for the EcoStay app starts by collecting data. They conduct online surveys targeting travelers interested in sustainable living. They also analyze forum discussion on ecotourism websites and interview frequent travelers to understand their preferences and concerns. So the next step or the process would be analyze the data. Look for patterns and commonalities in the data collected. This might involve segmenting users based on demographics, behaviors, preferences, or goals. The aim is to identify meaningful groups of users who share specific characteristics or needs. And the findings we have from here is, from the research, the team notices, like we are again back to the example. So from the research that was done, that was the conducting the research. So the team notices patterns. Many respondents prioritize sustainability but also express concerns about cost and the authenticity of eco-friendly claims. They identify three main segments: budget eco-travelers, luxury eco-tourists, and eco-conscious families. So these were the findings, analyzing the data. And then we have create draft personas, the next step. So based on your analysis, start drafting your personas. Each persona should represent a significant segment of your audience. Include demographic details, behaviors, needs, goals, challenges, and any other relevant information that defines the persona. So you could start drafting the persona. That could be for the budget eco-traveler and any name, Beth. Then you can have her age, occupation, goals, what challenges she is facing, and then the next step, that would be refine and validate personas. Refine your personas by gathering feedback from stakeholders and comparing the personas against actual user data when available. So this step may involve revisiting your research to fill in gaps or clarify aspects of the personas. And for example, the team That was the app team that shares Beth's persona with ecotourism experts and real travelers fitting Beth's profile for feedback. Adjustments are made based on suggestions such as emphasizing the importance of community reviews in Beth's decision-making process. So this was about the refine and validate personas. Now moving to the next step, that is develop scenarios and goals. For each persona, outline key scenario or task they need to accomplish with your product or service. This helps in understanding the context in which your personas will interact with your offerings. So let's consider a scenario with an example only. So Beth, for which the persona was created. So Beth is planning a 2-week backpacking trip across Costa Rica. So she uses EcoStay, that app person was making. So she uses EcoStay to find budget-friendly, verified eco lodges and hostels. So key features she looks for include sustainability certifications, user reviews, and easy booking options. So this was about her. So now moving to the next step, that is apply personas. So use the persona to guide decision making in product development, design, and content strategy and marketing. Personas should inform features, user interface design, and the overall user experience, as well as targeting and messaging in marketing campaign. And if we talk about the example, so the EcoStay app, so that development focuses on features like a verification badge for accommodations with authentic eco certifications, a budget filter with a sustainability rating, and a community review section. So this was about apply personas. Now moving to the next one. Or the marketing campaign highlights stories from budget travelers like Beth, showcasing the app's ability to combine affordability with sustainability. Now moving to the next, that is review and iterate. So user persona should not be static. As your product evolves and you gather more data about your user, revisit and update your persona to ensure they remain accurate and relevant. And about the iteration, so after the app's launch, user feedback and usage data are analyzed. The team finds that eco-conscious families are also using features designed for budget travelers. So the personas are updated to reflect their crossover, leading to the development of family-friendly features and content. So throughout this process, it's crucial to remember that personas are tools for empathy and understanding, designed to keep the user at the heart of product development decisions. While the exact details and depth of each persona can vary depending on people's scope and the available data, the fundamental goal remains the same: to create a product that resonates with and meets the needs of your target users. So now moving to the next topic, that is applying persona to product development and marketing. Certainly, applying user personas effectively streamline both product development and marketing, ensuring efforts are closely aligned with user needs. So now we'll see a condensed overview. So starting with the product development, number 1 point would be feature focus. Use personas to pinpoint essential features that truly matter to your target users, enhancing the product's value. And then design decision. Tailor design elements to match the preferences and tech proficiency of a persona, improving usability and user satisfaction. And then we have personalized experience. Leverage insights from personas to customize user experience, meeting diverse needs within your user base. Now coming to the marketing team, so the points are tailored messaging. Craft messages that resonate deeply with each persona, addressing their specific interest and pain point for more effective communication. And then we have content strategy. Develop content that speaks directly to the concerns and goals of your personas, ensuring greater engagement. Then we have channel selection. Choose marketing channels based on your persona's preferences, optimizing reach and impact. So let's see a simplified application example. For a fitness app aimed at users like Fitness Fiona, the development team might focus on personalized workout plans and social sharing features, while marketing efforts would highlight success stories and tips for busy lifestyles, directly catering to Fiona's interest and needs. So by focusing on these streamlined points, both product development and marketing can more effectively align with user expectations, driving engagement and satisfaction. So this was about the process of creating user personas. And now moving to the real world success stories. So real world success stories serve as powerful illustrations of the tangible impact user personas can have on product development and marketing strategies. So we'll see 2 examples showcasing how companies have leveraged personas to achieving significant results. So the number 1 example would be Spotify's personalized recommendation. So the challenge Spotify faced was Spotify sought to enhance user engagement by delivering personalized music recommendations tailored to individual taste and preferences. And the solution they got was by analyzing user data and behavior patterns. Spotify created user personas representing different music preferences, listening habits, and discovery preferences. These personas informed the development of algorithms that powered personalized playlists such as Discover Weekly and Daily Mix, providing users with a customized music experience. And the outcome it generated was Spotify's use of personas and personalized recommendations led to a significant increase in user engagement and satisfaction. Discover Weekly alone reached over 40 million users within its first year, driving longer listening sessions and boosting user retention rates. Now moving to the next example, that is Airbnb's host and guest personas. So the challenge was Airbnb aimed to enhance the experience for both host and guest by understanding their distinct needs and pain points. And the solution they output or the outcome was detailed personas for both host and guest, encompassing demographic information, motivations, and behaviors. So these personas guided product development decisions, informing the design of features such as host profiles, guest reviews, and search filters tailored to specific preferences. And the outcome that got was by aligning product features with the needs of their user persona. Airbnb achieved significant growth and improved user satisfaction. Hosts felt more empowered to showcase their properties effectively, while guests enjoyed a more personalized and seamless booking experience, resulting in increased bookings and positive reviews. So these real-world success stories highlight the transformative impact that user personas can have on product development and marketing strategies. So by understanding their users on a deeper level and tailoring their offerings accordingly, companies can drive engagement, retention, and ultimately business success. Now, talking about the common pitfalls and tips. So navigating the creation and application of user persona comes with its share of challenges. So here we will see some common pitfalls to avoid and tips to ensure effective use of persona. So the common pitfalls are overgeneralization, creating personas that are too broad or stereotypical that can lead to inaccurate representations of your user base, resulting in ineffective strategies. And then comes the point, lack of data validation. Relying solely on assumptions or anecdotal evidence without validating personas with real user data can lead to misleading insights and misguided decisions. And then comes the static personas. Treating personas as static representations of users can result in outdated or irrelevant profiles. User needs and behaviors evolve over time. Personas should be regularly reviewed and updated. Ignoring negative personas. Focusing only on positive personas can lead to neglecting important segments of your user base with different needs or pain points. So these were the common pitfalls. Now the tips for success. So the number one is conduct thorough research. Invest time and resources into collecting both qualitative and quantitative data to ensure your personas are based on accurate and comprehensive insights. Then comes the point, validate persona with real users. Use surveys, interviews, and user testing to validate personas and ensure they accurately represent your target audience. Then comes the iterate and update regularly. Continuously revisit and refine your personas based on new data and insights to keep them relevant and aligned with evolving user needs. Then comes the point, focus on key personas. Prioritize personas that represent the most significant segments of your user base, focusing your efforts on addressing their needs and preferences. And then comes involve cross-functional teams. Collaborate with stakeholders from different departments, including marketing, design, and product management, to ensure alignment and buy-in for persona-driven strategies. And then comes user personas as decision-making tools. Integrate personas into your decision-making processes for product development, marketing, and content strategy to ensure user-centric outcomes. So by avoiding common pitfalls and following these tips, you can harness the power of user personas to drive informed decision-making, improve user experiences, and ultimately achieve greater success with your products and services. And in summary, user personas are an invaluable tool for understanding and empathizing with your target audience. By creating detailed profiles based on real data, you can inform product development, design, and marketing strategies effectively. Avoid common pitfalls like overgeneralization and static personas by continuously validating and updating them. With user personas, you can prioritize features, make informed decisions, and tailor experiences that resonate with users, ultimately driving engagement and business success.
Hey there, fellow entrepreneurs. So picture this, you have got this killer product idea, right? And naturally, you want it to be like totally flawless before you launch it out into the world. But here's the thing, no matter how much you sweat over it, there's always gonna be some hiccup or snag along the way. It's just the way the cookie crumbles, you know. But fear not, my friend, because there's a game changer known as MVP. But what exactly is MVP and why does it matter? Well, let's start with numbers. Did you know that 42% of startups fail because there's no market need for their product? Shocking, right? That's where MVP swoops in as a game changer. By focusing on the core features and functionalities, MVP allows companies to bring a product to the market quickly and test its viability with real users. And get this, companies that prioritize MVP development are 3 times more likely to experience success with their product launches. In fact, 78% of businesses say that MVP helped them learn what customer really wanted, leading to more successful iterations down the road. So whether you're brainstorming your next big idea or fine-tuning an existing project, stick around as we unravel the mysteries of MVP. Also, if you are interested in advancing your career, consider Jain's Professional Product Management course, led by industry experts. This comprehensive program equips you with essential skills and insights to excel as a product manager. Dive deep into the latest industry trends and advancements through live sessions, from strategic planning to product development and marketing. Gain a thorough understanding of the field. Receive practical guidance and certification to stand out in the competitive market. Take the next step towards success and enroll now to unlock endless opportunities in the dynamic world of product management. So without further ado, let's start. So what is MVP? A minimal viable product or MVP is a strategy used in product development where a new product is launched with basic features enough to attract consumers' attention. It's the simplest version of the product a company aims to bring to the market, whether it's a car, website, TV or laptop. By offering the basic version, companies can gather feedback from the potential user to improve the final product before its full release. An MVP typically includes 3 key elements. Firstly, it offers enough features for consumers to consider purchasing it, making it easier for the company to market. Secondly, it includes a feedback mechanism allowing users to provide input on the product. Lastly, it provides future benefits to early adopters, encouraging them to try out the product ahead of others. Some of the fine examples of MVP is Amazon. Believe it or not, Amazon began by selling used college textbooks. Their first version of the product was a basic website for delivering books to students. As time passed, they grew their business to become the huge online store we see today. Similarly, another fine example is Airbnb. Airbnb's journey began with a bold idea: renting out air mattresses. Yes, you heard it right. They kicked off with a simple website connecting travelers with hosts offering makeshift accommodations. This quirky start was their MVP, that is minimal viable product. Slowly but surely, they listened to user feedback, fine-tuned their problem, and expanded their horizons. It's a tale of humble beginnings turned into a global phenomenon. Who knew an air mattress could spark a revolution in travel? And there are many more examples like that. But implementing the minimal viable product approach requires more than just having an idea, doing the basics and launching it. It involves strategic planning to ensure its effectiveness and value. Now let's understand the benefits that companies get from MVPs. Creating a minimal viable product can assist you in avoiding many potential mistakes that you might overlook when deeply passionate about your product. Understand the preferences of your target audience. When a company builds a minimal viable product, they make a basic version of their product to see what people like. By doing this, they can learn what features or things their consumers prefer. It's like trying out different flavors of ice cream to see which one people like the most. Helps create a better product. Yes, making an MVP lets companies test their ideas quickly and see what works and what does not. This helps them make improvements and build a better final product. It's similar to making a rough sketch of a drawing before making the final detailed version. Next is it helps to analyze the demand. With an MVP, companies can see how many people are interested in their product. If lots of people like it, they know there's a big demand. If not many people are interested, they might need to change their plans. It's a bit like testing the waters to see if people want what you're offering. Next is ensures quick release. Instead of spending a long time making a perfect product, an MVP lets companies release something quickly. This means they can start getting feedback and making improvements sooner. It's like serving a simple version of a dish at a restaurant first, and then making it fancier based on the customer's say. So this was about the benefits. Now let's talk about how to develop a minimal viable product. So first is understand your goals. Before starting to develop your minimal viable product, it's important to know what you want to achieve. Think about what problem your product will solve or what benefit it will provide to the people. Understanding your goals helps you stay focused and build a product that meets your objectives. The next is study your market. Take some time to reach and understand the market where your product will compete. Look at similar products already available and see what makes them successful or what could be improved. By studying the market, you can identify opportunities and challenges, helping you tailor your MVP to better meet the needs of your target audience. Next is consider the product features. Think about essential features your product needs to have in order to address the problem or provide the benefit you identified. Keep the features simple and focused on solving the core problem or delivering the main benefit. Avoid adding too many features at this stage, as the goal of an MVP is to create something basic that you can test and iterate upon based on the user feedback. The next is gather feedback early and often. Once you have developed your MVP, don't wait too long before sharing it with the potential customers. Gather feedback as early as possible by letting people try out your product and asking for their thoughts. This feedback will help you understand the aspects of your MVP and are working well what areas need improvement, allowing you to make adjustments and iterate quickly. The next is iterate based on feedback. Use the feedback you receive to make improvements to your MVP. This might involve adding new features, refining existing ones, or even pivoting in a different direction based on what you learn from the users. The key is to be flexible and open to making changes based on the feedback you receive, as this will help you create a better final product that meets the needs of your target audience. By following these steps, you can develop a minimal viable product that efficiently addresses a specific problem or need in the market, while also allowing you to gather valuable feedback and iterate towards a more refined and more successful product over time.
Today, we will talk about something super important for any team, which is prioritization techniques. Have you ever felt overwhelmed jumping between tasks without knowing which ones really matter? We've all been there, but don't worry. There are ways to get organized and focused. For product managers, prioritization is one of the most crucial skills. It's the key part for any product management interview process. As a product manager, you must prioritize features, requirements, and tasks effectively to ensure your team delivers maximum value to customers. Let me tell you a story about Samantha, who was a part of an agile software team. Their projects were all over the place. They would work on one thing, then another, with no clear plan, missing deadlines, and frustrating clients. That's when Samantha's boss stepped in and taught them about prioritization, deciding which tasks to do first and how important they are. He showed them techniques like Moscow for categorizing tasks as must do, should do, could do, etc., and RICE for scoring tasks based on things like impact and effort. Using these methods, it was a total game changer. With Moscow, they identified the critical task, and RICE helped them to prioritize the high-impact work efficiently. Suddenly, projects were organized, work was delivered on time, and clients were happy. As success spread, other teams started prioritizing it too. It boosted productivity across the whole company. Samantha felt proud to be the part of making the work better. From then on, prioritization became the core part of how they operated for clarity and focus on what mattered the most. In this video, we will be covering what is prioritization technique, importance of prioritization, 7 most popular prioritization techniques like Moscow method, Kano model, weighted shortest job first, RICE scoring model, value versus complexity effort matrix, Eisenhower matrix, walking skeleton method, etc. Also choosing the right prioritization technique. Well, prioritization technique is a method used to determine the order of importance of task, activities, or elements within a project or process. It helps to identify what needs to be done first, what can wait, and what may not need to be done at all. This technique involves assessing the relative significance, urgency, or impact of different items and arranging them in logical sequence or order of importance. By prioritizing effectively, you can allocate resources, time, and effort more efficiently, ensuring that you address the most crucial aspects first to achieve your goals effectively. But why is prioritizing so important? Let's discuss. The importance of prioritization. Prioritization is crucial for several reasons. At first, we have limited resources. Every team has limited resources, whether time, budget, or manpower. Prioritization helps you make most of these resources by focusing on the most important features first. Then we have customer satisfaction. By delivering the most valuable features first, you can keep your customers happy and engaged with your product. Moving on to competitive advantage. In today's fast-paced market, prioritization can give you a competitive edge by allowing you to quickly adapt to changing customer needs and market trends. Now that we have understood the importance of prioritization, let's dive into some of the most popular prioritization techniques. The 7 most popular prioritization techniques we will discuss today are as follows. At first, we have Moscow method, moving on to Kano model, Rice scoring model, Eisenhower matrix, value versus complexity matrix, weighted shortest job first, and then at last we have the walking skeleton method. Let us start with the first method, which is the Moscow method. Moscow is a simple way to prioritize tasks and features when working on a project. It stands for must, should, could, and want. Let me break it down for you. Must. These are the essential features that absolutely have to be included. If you do not have these, the project will fail. Then should. These are the important features that you should try to include, but they are not critical. They would be great to have if possible. That's it. Then we have could. These are nice to have smaller improvements or additions, and leaving them out won't really impact the project. Want. These are the lowest priority items that don't match the current needs or goals. You can safely leave these out for now. By separating everything into these 4 buckets, you can get super clear as a team on the true priorities and make sure you're laser focused on checking those must-have boxes first. So what are the pros and cons of this method? Well, first off, it's that simple. No complex calculation or scoring systems are needed. You can prioritize a massive backlog just by rapidly categorizing each them. It's also flexible since there are no strict rules or timelines within each bucket. If a should item needs to be deprioritized, no problem. Just move it to the cloud or want as needed. And finally, the clear separation into these universal terms helps get everyone, developers, designers, product managers, and stakeholders on the same page instantly when it comes to understanding priorities. Of course, there are some downsides too. While it's easy to categorize, Moscow doesn't give you a specific implementation plan or sequence to follow. You have to figure that part out separately. You can also lack some bigger pictures perspective by just focusing on individual feature priorities. You might miss out the strategic product goals or overarching business objectives. And sometimes those category lines can get you a little blurry. In a certain feature, a must-have or a should. Reasonable people may disagree, but in all, Moscow is a simple yet powerful prioritization technique, especially for smaller projects or tighter scopes where you need priorities locked in quickly. For bigger, more complex undertakings, it can't be your only prioritization method. You likely want to pair it up with something more robust. Let me give you an example of a product. For example, a mobile app for buying crypto. The must would include the ability to buy and sell coins, maintain a portfolio view, and set up payment methods. Those are the essential no-brainer priorities. Shoulds could be things like advanced chart analysis, alerts, price tracking, and maybe even integrated social trading features. They are really valuable, but not required for an MVP. Could might include custom valuable additions, might include captivating video intros or integrated video calling features. Unnecessary additions could be custom app themes. Features user might dislike include intrusive ads or sneaky premium upsells. By prioritizing based on this model, you can perfect the essential experience before focusing on extra features, themes, or watch list, but doesn't break the core experience. And wants for our initial launch could be things like advanced tax tools, purchase of other asset classes, or automating trades with bots, just not crucial priorities for the first version. By categorizing your backlog into Moscow, you can clearly see that you need to prioritize those 3 must-have items above everything else to have a chance at a successful initial launch. The rest can be prioritized separately within their respective buckets. So that's Moscow in a nutshell, a simple, flexible way to rapidly categorize your priorities at a very first step. Next, we have the Kano model. This one is all about making sure that we are delivering what our users want and care about. It splits features into a few buckets: must have, one-dimensional, attractive, total time wasters, and stuff. That's all. It splits features into few buckets: must have, one-dimensional, attractive, total time wasters, and stuff. To use it, we survey our potential users and get them to categorize each feature based on how it impacts their satisfaction. The must-have are things that absolutely need for the product to work at all. One-dimensional features are nice to have that will please them if you get them, but disappoint if you don't. Attractive features are awesome bonus points that delight users, but it's no big deal if they are missing. Indifferent stuff doesn't really matter either way. And reverse features are things users actively hate having. The pros are that it really highlights what matters most to customers and ranks features by their priorities. The downsides is that it ignores how difficult these features are to get built. It's also time consuming to get that user feedback in the first place. This is all for the pros and cons, but when does it make sense to use Kano? Well, it's great for branding new products to get an initial reality check before you start designing, or for validating prototypes and making sure you're on the right track. Let me now give you an example. Say like you're building a dating app, the must-have might be the ability to create profile, browse potential matches, and message people. One-dimensional could be stuff like advanced filtering, super likes, etc. Valuable additions might include captivating video intros or integrated video calling features. Unnecessary additions could be custom app themes. Features user might dislike include intrusive ads or premium upsells. By prioritizing based on this model, you can ensure you perfect the essential experience before focusing on extra features. Next, we got the RICE model, which is little more number driven. It scores each feature by looking at 4 factors: the reach or number of users who use it, the impact it have, your confidence in its success, and the manpower, effort required to build it. You grade each factor like impact, which could be massive, high, medium, low, or minimal. Then you plug those ratings into a formula to get a RICE score. Higher scores means higher priorities. It scores each feature by looking at 4 factors: the reach or number of users who use it, the impact it will have, your confidence in its success, and the manpower effort required to build it. You grade each factor like impact, which could be massive, high, medium, low, or minimal. Then you plug those ratings into a formula to get a RICE score. Higher scores means higher priorities. The pros of RICE are that it's comprehensive, accounting for user value, technical cost, risk, and all that good stuff. And it uses real metrics instead of just gut feelings. The cons are that it can be calculation heavy for every single feature, and you might be missing some of the data points for brand new products. Now, why does it make sense to use RICE? It's awesome for established products with good product metrics and usage data to draw them. Probably not the best approach for totally fresh projects without any of those numbers yet. Let's look at an example of a yoga studio app. For a new class booking feature, reach could be around 25,000 monthly active users. Impact could be massive, like 3 on the scale. Confidence in its success is medium to high, so maybe considering it to 80%. And the engineering effort is estimated around 3% months. Plugging into that formula, the RICE scores come out to be 25,000 into 3, multiplying by 0.8, which is around 20,000. You can then compare that against the scores for other potential features and prioritize accordingly. Moving on to the next model, which is the Eisenhower matrix, we don't have any complicated formulas here. Just simply divide your task into 4 buckets based on whether they are urgent, important, both, or neither. The urgent and important stuff goes into the top priority bucket to be tackled immediately. Important, not urgent tasks go in the scheduled bucket for later. Urgent but unimportant fire drills get isolated in their quadrant so you can properly manage those. And then at the last area is for the total time wasters, neither urgent nor important. The pros of this method are it's very simple to use and that it keeps you focused on the truly important tasks that drive business value. The downside is that it's quite subjective and qualitative. No hard numbers or scoring system is involved. You might be wondering, why should we use the Eisenhower matrix? Well, it works great as a personal time management framework or as a first pass for broadly prioritizing a bunch of tasks. But most likely, we want to complement it with some other techniques for a more rigorous product prioritization. Let's look at an example of a brand new e-commerce business. The urgent and important stuff is setting up the payments and shipping integrations would be a top priority. Important but not urgently needed tasks are implementing product filters or recommendations would go in the schedule it section. Redesigning the logo just cause would be urgent but unimportant busy work. Adding multi-language support way down the line would be the lowest priority section since it's neither urgent nor crucial for the launch. Next, we've got the value versus complexity matrix. This one is similar to the Eisenhower matrix as it works with the quadrants and dimensions, but instead of urgent and important, it axes value and complexity. With this one, we map out each feature based on its expected user or business value on one axis and the implementation complexity or engineering effort level on the other. We can use whatever scoring or definitions make sense, but the goal is to prioritize these high-value, low-complexity items first since they're easy wins. Really valuable but high-complex stuff comes next. After that is the low-value, low-complexity stuff we have. The pros are that it balances business user demands with what's feasible to build, looking at the value and effort, and then we can tweak the scoring criteria according to our needs. The cons are that it can still be pretty subjective and may not be ideal for massive code bases and products. But when does value versus complexity work well? It's perfect for smaller teams and products early in the life cycle when you need to ruthlessly prioritize. Not the greatest for large, complex, established products with crazy requirements. Let me give you an example of a productivity app. A high-value, low-complexity features might be the core ability to create and assign tasks super useful and not too hard to build. A high-value, high-complexity one could be integrated with all other major productivity tools. Low-value, high-complexity might be some insane reporting dashboard with a zillion visualizations. And the low-value, low-complexity stuff could be like smaller tweaks, custom emoji support, etc. By mapping those out, you can prioritize the top left quadrant of a major value adds with minimal effort first. Alright, we are getting into some of the heavyweights. Weighted shortest job first or WSJF. It uses some heavy duty calculations, but for a good reason. For each feature, you estimate the cost delay and how much you're losing by not having that feature. Then you look at the job durations or how long it will take to implement. You score the cost of delay based on factors like user business value, how time sensitive it is, whether it reduces risk, and so on. Higher scores means higher cost of delays. Then you divide the cost of delay by the job duration to get WSJF score for each feature. The pros of WSJF are that it's detailed, consistent calculation approach and it optimizes for faster ROI with limited resources. The cons are that it gets calculation heavy quickly and may unintentionally deprioritize bigger long-term projects. Use WSJF when you need to double down on those minimum marketable features and quick, high-impact wins. Don't rely on it too much for full-blown product roadmaps though. Let me show you an example. Adding an offline mode to the Notes app. Take a look at the cost of delay factors. The user business value is high, maybe 4 out of 5, since it's frequently requested feature. The time criticality is also high, 5 by 5, since it's the pain point for the users. And it reduces the risk of potential data loss, so say 4 by 5 for risk reduction. Adding those up, the total cost of delay is 30. If we calculate the job duration to be around 2 months, then the WSJF score comes out to be 13 divided by 2, which is 6.5. You would calculate scores that weigh out for potential features too. Then prioritize the ones with the highest scores, like offline mode first. Last but not the least, we've got the walking skeleton method. This one is all about identifying and prioritizing only the bare minimum core features needed to ship an initial MVP, which means minimum viable product, that basic walking version of your product. The idea is to map out the skeletal requirements that are critical for the product to function and show its core value proposition to users. The pros are that it enables fast prioritization and MVP delivery. We can get the market quickly, test our scores, idea, user feedback, and iterate rapidly from there, instead of over-engineering an overstuffed version. The cons are that it will be shipping a pretty basic product initially by cutting out tons of extra features. And there's a risk of taking it too far and crippling the product if you're not careful. Use the walking skeleton method when we are focused on delivering an MVP as soon as humanly possible to validate your idea and get moving. Don't use it as your sole prioritization technique for full product roadmaps though. Let me give you an example of a brand new video streaming service. Using the walking skeleton approach, the top priorities would be ability to browse a video catalog, playing those videos back smoothly, user login and subscription functionality. That's the core skeleton. Everything else like recommendation, watch list, parental controls would all be delayed for future iterations after getting the MVP out. By hyper-focusing only on these critical first few steps, we can take an entirely new product from concept to market fast while still shipping a functional experience to start generating feedback and data. Let us now discuss how to choose the right prioritization technique. When considering the prioritization method, keep in mind the following criteria. Simplicity. The simpler the method, the faster you can prioritize. Data-driven prioritization. Some methods rely more on assumptions while others are based on proven data. Balance between technology constraints and business value. Some methods focus more on customer value while others consider technical complexity. Best use case, prioritizing for an MVP might require different techniques than prioritizing for a mature product. Remember, these methods are not mutually exclusive and you can combine them at different stages of your product development lifecycle. So there you have it, a full breakdown of different prioritization techniques from the statistical model to the dead simple matrices. Each one has its own pros and cons. And certain methods will make it more sense than others depending on your project stage, complexity and data availability.
So guys, let us discuss our agenda for today's session. So in the starting of the session, we are going to start with an introduction to Scrum. Moving ahead, we are going to discuss about Scrum roles. Then we will deep dive into Scrum artifacts. Moving ahead, we are going to discuss about Scrum process flow. Then we will have a thorough discussion on benefits of Scrum. Moving ahead, we will also deep dive into common challenges and solution using Scrum methodology. And finally, we are going to conclude our session with a discussion on tools and softwares used in Scrum. So let us start with an introduction to Scrum. So guys, what is basically in Scrum? Scrum is an agile framework that has revolutionized the way complex projects are managed and completed. Its adaptability, focus on collaboration, and iterative approach makes it an ideal methodology for dynamic and fast-paced environments. While Scrum is most commonly associated with software development, its principles and practices can be applied to various industries to enhance efficiency and product quality. This comprehensive tutorial aims to provide you with a deeper understanding of Scrum, covering its roles, artifacts, event processes, benefits, and practical implementation. By the end of this tutorial, you will have a solid grasp of Scrum and how to leverage its potential for your projects. Now let us move on to the second part, with a thorough discussion on what are Scrum roles. The product owner plays a very crucial role in Scrum, acting as the voice of the customer. So this is the first Scrum role that we see in Scrum methodology, that is a product owner. This individual is basically responsible for defining and prioritizing the product backlog, ensuring that the team focuses on the most valuable tasks. The product owner works closely with stakeholders to gather requirements, set clear goals, and make informed decisions about the product direction. The key responsibilities of the product owner includes defining the product vision and roadmap, creating and managing the product backlog, prioritizing backlog items based on value, risk and urgency, ensuring that the team understands the backlog items and their importance, and also accepting or rejecting completed work based on predefined criteria. Next role we have is Scrum Master. The Scrum Master is a facilitator and coach who ensures that Scrum framework is followed effectively. This role involves removing obstacles that hinder the team's progress, promoting a culture of continuous improvement, and fostering collaboration. The Scrum Master acts as a servant leader, supporting the team in achieving their goals without dictating how they should work. The key responsibilities of the Scrum Master includes facilitating Scrum events like sprint planning, daily Scrum, sprint review, and sprint retrospective. Then comes removing impediments that block the team's progress. Moving ahead, we have also coaching the team on Scrum practices and principle. Then we have a thorough discussion on protecting the team from external distractions and interruptions. And finally, promoting a healthy team dynamic and addressing conflicts. Next one we have is the development team. So guys, the development team consists of professionals who work collaboratively to deliver a product increment. This self-organizing team is cross-functional, meaning it possesses all the skills necessary to complete the work without relying on external sources. The development team is accountable for creating high-quality increments that meet the definition of done. The key responsibilities of development team includes estimating planning work during sprint planning, collaborating daily to achieve the sprint goal, delivering a potentially shippable product increment by the end of the sprint, then continuously improving their processes and practices, and finally, maintaining transparency through regular communications and updates. Now let us move on and understand about Scrum artifacts. The first one that we have all over here is product backlog. The product backlog is a dynamic list of all the works needed for the product. It includes features, enhancements, bug fixes, and technical tasks. The product owner is basically responsible for maintaining and prioritizing the backlog, ensuring that it reflects the current needs and goals of the project. The product backlog is continuously refined with items being added, removed, or reprioritized as necessary. The product backlog serves as a single source of truth for the team, providing a clear roadmap of what needs to be done. It is essential that backlog items are well defined with clear acceptance criteria to guide the development team in delivering the expected value. Then we have the sprint backlog. The sprint backlog is a subset of the product backlog, containing items selected for the current sprint. During sprint planning, the team decides which backlog items they can commit to completing within the sprint. The sprint backlog also includes a plan for how the team will accomplish this work. Sprint backlog provides a focused and actionable plan for the team, outlining the tasks and goals for the sprint. It is a living document continuously updated as the team progresses and learns about the work. The sprint backlog helps the team stay organized and aligned with the sprint goal. Then we have is increment. Increment is the sum of all the work at the end of the sprint. It represents a potentially shippable product that meets the definition of done, a set of criteria ensuring that work is complete and of high quality. The increment includes not only the new features added during the sprint, but also any improvements or fixes made to the existing features. The increment provides tangible evidence of progress, allowing stakeholders to inspect and evaluate the product. It serves as the basis for feedback and decision making, enabling the team to adapt and refine their approach in subsequent sprints. Then we have is sprint. Now let us move on and discuss about some of the Scrum events. The first one that we have all over here is sprint. A sprint is a time box period typically lasting 24 weeks, during which the team works to create a product increment. The fixed duration of the sprint provides a regular rhythm for the team, promoting consistent delivery and continuous improvement. Each sprint begins with a sprint planning and ends with a sprint review and sprint retrospective. Next one we have is sprint planning. It is an event where the team defines what will be accomplished in the upcoming sprint. The product owner presents the high priority backlog items and the team collaborates to select those they can complete within the sprint. Together, they set a clear sprint goal and create a plan for achieving it. During sprint planning, the team breaks down the selected backlog items into smaller tasks and estimates the effort required. This detailed planning ensures that everyone understands the work and how it contributes to the sprint goal. A sprint planning sets the stage for a focused and productive sprint. Next one we have is the daily scrum. Daily scrum is a short time box meeting, usually lasting for 15 minutes, held every day during the sprint. The purpose of the daily scrum is to synchronize the team activities, discuss progress, and identify any obstacles. Each team member shares what they did the previous day, what they plan to do today, and any issues they are facing. The daily scrum promotes transparency and accountability,
ensuring that everyone is aligned and aware of the team status. It also provides an opportunity to quickly address and resolve impediments, keeping the team on track to achieve the sprint goal. Next we have all over here is called sprint review. So guys, sprint review is held at the end of the sprint to inspect the completed work and gather feedback from stakeholders. The team demonstrates the product increment, highlighting what was accomplished during the sprint. Stakeholders provide input and the product owner updates the product backlog based on the feedback. The sprint review fosters collaboration and transparency, allowing stakeholders to see the product's progress and influence its direction. It also provides an opportunity to celebrate success and identify areas for improvement. And finally, we have the sprint retrospective. The sprint retrospective is the final event of the sprint, where the team reflects on their processes and practices. The goal is to identify what went well, what could be improved, and how to enhance their performance in future sprints. The team discusses these insights, creates action items to address any issues. The sprint retrospectives promotes a culture for continuous improvement, encouraging the team to learn from their experiences and make incremental changes. By regularly reflecting and adapting, the team can optimize their processes and achieve better outcomes. Now let us understand the Scrum process flow. The Scrum process revolves around the sprint cycle, beginning with the sprint planning and ending with the sprint retrospective. This cycle ensures a regular cadence of work and continuous delivery of value. If we talk about the first one, we have the sprint planning here. Here the team selects the item for the product backlog and defines the sprint goal. They break down the work into smaller tasks and create the plan for the sprint. Now guys, let us discuss about the Scrum process flow. The first one that we have all over here, that is called as sprint planning. Here, the team selects the items from the product backlog, defines the sprint goal. They break down the work into smaller tasks and create a plan for the sprint. Next one, we have the daily Scrum. Daily Scrum here, the team meets daily to discuss progress, plans, and challenges. This meeting keeps everyone aligned and allows for quick adjustments. Third is sprint review. At the end of the sprint, the team demonstrates the completed work to the stakeholders and gathers feedback. The product owner updates the product backlog based on their feedback. And fourth one we have all over here is sprint retrospective. Here the team reflects on their processes and practices, identifying areas for improvement. They create action items to enhance their performance in future sprints. I hope so. You would have got a brief idea regarding Scrum process flow. Now let us move on to understanding the benefits of Scrum. So guys, Scrum offers several significant benefits that can transform how teams work and deliver value. Here are some of the key advantages. The first one that we have all over here is increased transparency. Scrum promotes transparency through its regular events and clear artifacts. The daily Scrum, sprint review, sprint retrospective ensures that everyone is aware of the team's progress, challenges, and successes. This transparency helps build trust among the team member and stakeholders, fostering a collaborative and open working environment. Next one we have all over here is improved team collaboration. The collaborative nature of the Scrum encourages team members to work closely together, leveraging their diverse skills and expertise. The Scrum Master facilitates this collaboration, helping the team communicate effectively and resolve conflicts. This teamwork leads to better problem solving, innovation, and overall productivity. Next one we have enhanced ability to adapt to changes. Scrum's iterative approach allows teams to quickly adapt to changes in requirements, market conditions, or customer feedback. By delivering small functional increments regularly, the team can gather feedback and make necessary adjustments. This flexibility ensures that product remains aligned with the stakeholders' needs and expectations. And finally, it provides faster delivery of valuable products increments. Scrum's time-boxed sprints drive the regular delivery of product increments, enabling faster time to market. This rapid delivery cycle allows stakeholders to see tangible progress and realize value sooner. It also reduces the risk of project delays and enhances the team ability to meet deadlines. Now let us discuss some of the common challenges of following Scrum methodology. We all know that Scrum offers many benefits, but it also comes with its own set of challenges. Here are some of the common issues teams may face. The first one that we have all over here is resistance to change. Introducing Scrum can be met with resistance, especially in organizations accustomed to traditional project management methods. To overcome this resistance, it's important to provide education and training on Scrum principles and practices. Involving team members and stakeholders in transition progress and highlighting the benefits of the Scrum can also help build support. Next, we have handling distributed teams. Distributed teams can face communication and collaboration challenges. To address these issues, it's crucial to leverage technology tools such as video conferencing, instant messaging, and collaborative software. Establishing clear communication protocols and regular virtual meetings can also help maintain alignment and cohesion among team members. Then we have managing large projects with Scrum. Scaling Scrum for large projects can be complex. One approach is to adopt frameworks like Scrums of Scrums, Nexus, or SAFe, which is Scaled Agile Framework. It provides guidelines for coordinating multiple Scrum teams, ensuring that teams are cross-functional and self-organizing with clear communication channels, which are very essential for managing large projects effectively. Now let us dive into most interesting part, that is, what are the tools and softwares which are used for Scrum? So guys, several tools and softwares can support Scrum practices, enhancing productivity and collaboration. Here are some of the most popular options. The first one I would recommend is Jira. Jira is a widely used project management tool that offers robust support for Scrum. It provides features for creating and managing product backlogs, sprint backlogs, and tracking progress through visual boards. Jira's customizable workflows and reporting capabilities make it a powerful tool for Scrum team. Next one we have all over here is Trello. Trello is a flexible, user-friendly tool that uses boards, lists, and cards to organize tasks. It's well suited for Scrum teams, allowing them to create and manage backlogs, plan sprints, and track progress. Trello's simplicity and visual nature make it easy to use, especially for smaller teams or projects. And finally, we have Azure DevOps. Azure DevOps is a comprehensive suite of development tools that supports Scrum and other agile methodologies. It includes features or backlog management, sprint planning, continuous integration, and deployment. Azure DevOps integrates seamlessly with other Microsoft tools, making it a good choice for teams using Microsoft ecosystem. So guys, in this tutorial, we have covered the fundamental aspects of Scrum, including its roles, artifacts, events, and processes.
Do you remember when the first iPhone came out in 2007? It was a game changer. But if you try to use the same iPhone today, you might feel outdated. That's because technology moves fast and customer demands keep evolving. So tech giants like Apple must keep innovating and investing heavily in research and development to stay ahead. Keeping track of the entire process from ideathon to product launch is a massive task, especially for companies dealing with complex manufacturing and global distribution. This is where the product lifecycle management (PLM) comes in. Before product lifecycle management, companies had a really tough time. Different teams didn't always talk to each other, and it was hard to keep track of all the information about a product, causing problems like delays and products that didn't quite hit the mark. Apple saw this and knew they needed a better way to manage their products from start to finish. So they came up with PLM strategies, that is product lifecycle management strategies, and special computer programs to help everyone work together better. With product lifecycle management, everyone involved in making and selling the product could share information and work together very smoothly. So this was how Apple keeps launching new innovative products like the latest iPhone or the Apple Watch while phasing out the older models. So if you have ever wondered how companies like Apple keeps delivering such cutting-edge products, it's all about managing the entire life cycle effectively. In this video, we will explore what PLM is, that is Product Lifecycle Management, the various phases and steps involved, its benefit through a simple example. Let us now understand what is Product Lifecycle Management. Product Lifecycle Management is like the blueprint that guides companies through the entire journey of a product, from its birth to its retirement. Take for instance the evolution of smartphones. In the development stage, companies like Apple or Samsung spends months designing and perfecting the new phones, deciding on features like camera quality, battery life, and screen size. Once the design is locked in, they move on to the introduction stage, where the new phone is launched with much fanfare and marketing buzz. As people start buying the new phone, it enters into the growth stage. Sales skyrocket, and the company may even release updated versions with a better features like enhanced cameras or faster processors to keep up with the demand and stay ahead of the competition. But eventually, every phone reaches to the maturity stage. Competitors catch up and sales starts to level off. That's when companies might offer discounts or bundle deals to keep customers interested, but inevitably sales begin to decline as newer models hit the mark. And that's where the PLM shines. Throughout the entire process, it helps companies to make critical decisions like when to release updates, how much inventory to keep, and when to discontinue the product altogether. By effectively managing the product life cycle, companies can stay agile, maximize profit, and always offer their customers the best products. Now that we have discussed what product lifecycle management is, we will now understand the different phases of product development. When it comes to products, we go through a journey from just being an idea to becoming a real tangible thing that customers can buy and use. This journey is what we call the product lifecycle, and it has several phases. Let's use the example of a new smartphone to illustrate these phases. It all starts with the concept and design phase. This is where the magic happens. The initial ideathon research on what customers want, studying competitor products, and defining the smartphone's core features and requirements. Once the concept is locked in, we move on to the development phase. Here, the detailed designs and prototypes are created, tested, and refined based on the real-world feedback. Imagine engineers tinkering with different models, running all sorts of validation tests, and making sure the smartphone is ready for the prime time. With all that hard work done, it's time for the production and the launch phase. This is where the final market-ready version of the smartphone is produced and rolled out to the stores and online outlets for customers to get their hands on it. But the journey doesn't end here. After launch comes in the service and support phase, where the company provides assistance, updates, and resources to help customers get the most out of their new smartphone purchases. Eventually, even the best product reach out to the end of their road. That's when the retirement phase, where the company figures out the best way to phase out an aging product, maybe offer incentives for upgrades and potentially recycle or repurpose components for future innovations. So there you have it, the 5 key phases that product typically go through in the product lifecycle management. Let me walk you through the stages of product lifecycle management. Every product goes through different stages during the lifetime, known as the product lifecycle. This cycle starts when the product hits the mark after development and ends when it's taken off the shelves or discontinued. Learning the product lifecycle management can help improve your chances of success in product management. While it's just a model and not perfect, it provides a useful approximation to understand the stages what a product goes through. The 4 main stages are introduction, growth, maturity, decline. We will now learn about the different stages in detail. So let's talk about the stage 1, which is introduction. In this stage, a new product is launched into the market after development. Companies typically spend a lot on promotional efforts like advertising and getting the product onto shelves and in front of the customers. Example, when Apple launches a new iPhone model, they heavily market and advertise it across the channel. They also work to get it stocked at mobile carriers and retail stores worldwide for the release date. This is usually little to no profit made at this stage as the cost of the launch are so high. The first buyers tend to be innovators and the early adopters, excited to try the new offering despite potential issues. Let us now talk about the stage 2, which is the growth stage. In this stage, the product moves to the growth stage where the consumer demands accelerates. The primary objectives are to rapidly gain as much as market share as possible and bring aboard new customer segments. Your focus shifts to aggressive marketing, promotions, and added product features and models to appeal to different customer groups. For example, Apple markets the new iPhone to different audiences like professionals, gamers, photographers, etc. They add new color options and storage capacities to give buyers more choices. Retail channels and online ordering systems have to handle the huge surge in demand. It's critical to capture as much as market share as possible in this phase while optimizing pricing for both growth and profitability. before too many competitors emerge. Let us now move on to stage number 3, which is the maturity stage. After an initial growth spurt, the product life cycle reaches to its maturity stage, where the market becomes saturated and sales growth starts flattening. The main goals transition to maximizing profitability, defending market share, and differentiating the product from increasing competition. Companies may introduce product variations and new models while leveraging lower prices, promotions, and revamped marketing, we can say. For example, Apple continues releasing updated iPhone models like 11, 12, 13, etc. every year, with adding new designs, features like better camera, and prices spanning different segments. Older models get discounted. Marketing emphasizes what differentiates them from the latest Android rivals. As a product manager, your focus is on continuously improving production and operational efficiency to cut cost and maximize profit during this extended maturity stage of the product line. We will now talk about the stage 4, which is the decline. Eventually, even the most successful products enter an inevitable decline stage as the market becomes saturated and innovations start making the product obsolete, or you can say unappealing. Companies may try to resegment the market with new models or versions, promote different usage occasions, cut prices dramatically to flush out remaining inventory, or ultimately discontinue the product. For example, Apple could release an ultra-affordable iPhone for emerging markets or focus on just core basic functions, or they could use transition customers to a new generation of foldable AR-enabled devices once smartphone sales bottoms out. As a product manager, your role is to determine if anything can be done to breathe out new life into the product line, or just oversee the cost-effective wind down and transition customers to replacement offerings. For product managers, understanding and planning for each product life cycle stage is very important to make the product a big success. We have now discussed all the details. Let us now delve into how this tracking is achieved by measuring product life cycles. Companies must make more than just the same products forever. They must continually innovate and launch new offerings. But how do they know when it's time to move on to something new? The answer lies in carefully measuring and tracking key performance indicators, which is KPIs, across the product life cycle. Here are some of the crucial metrics companies use. In the development stage, the main work is on prioritizing user problems and building viable solutions. Key metrics here are on-time delivery and team velocity. During the launch phase, your goal is to achieve product market fit. User engagement, conversion rates, feature adoption, Net Promoter Score (NPS), and customer satisfaction score, we can say CSAT, are crucial metrics to measure product market fit. You can also use methods like the Seen Ellis survey, cohort retention rate, NPS over 30, or the 30% referral method. Now in the growth phase, your focus is on gaining market share through the product differentiation and growth experiments. Track user engagement, NPS, referral rates, customer acquisition rates, market share, and even churn rate. In the maturity phase, aim to retain customers by creating product distinctions and reducing cost. Monitor ARPU, retention rates, new feature development, and adoption rates of new features. Finally, in the decline phase, you can either pivot to find new areas for growth or gracefully sunset the product. Track burn rates, monthly recurring revenue, and annual recurring revenue. Remember, qualitative data is also important throughout these phases to understand user experiences and sentiments. So that was all for measuring product life cycle. Let us now talk about the future of the product life cycle management. Product life cycle management isn't just a passing trend. It's the future of how companies will manage their products. With rapid advancements in technology and shifting consumer preferences, PLM is poised to undergo significant change. With new technologies like AI, better teamwork tools, companies can crunch data and collaborate better, making products faster and smarter than ever before. Plus, there is a big focus on being eco-friendly. Product lifecycle management is the key to making sure everything from design to disposal is green as possible. Furthermore, as global connectivity increases, PLM system will also become more interconnected, allowing for seamless collaboration between teams regardless of the location. Real-time data sharing and analysis will enable agile decision-making, ensuring companies stay ahead of the curve in today's fast-paced market. Let me ask, have you ever been in an interview where they threw a tough question at you? Like, how would you solve this product problem? It can feel pretty overwhelming. Well, don't worry. Today, I'm going to help you out to figure how to answer these product management case study questions easily. These are the kinds of questions where you have to solve real business problems, like deciding what features an app should have or how to launch a new product. Let's say you're asked to improve the onboarding process of a food delivery app. Sounds tricky, not if you want to know how to break it down. In this video, I'm going to show you how to handle these kinds of questions step by step. First, I'll explain you how to listen carefully and ask the right questions, like what's the biggest issue users are facing or what's the main goal here. Understanding the problem is the first step. Next, I'll show you how to organize your answer. You'll break the problem into small parts, think about the solution, and explain why it's a good idea. For example, if you're asked to improve a grocery delivery app, you would think about making it easy to use, keeping customers happy, and standing out from the competition. Finally, I'll teach you how to explain your thinking process. The interviewer wants to see how you can think and make decisions, not just the final answer. So by the end of this video, you'll know how to confidently solve these case study questions and show the interviewer that you are ready for the job. So let's get started. So the first thing you want to do is to listen carefully and take notes. When you're given a case study question, it often includes a lot of information, sometimes too much. Your goal here is to understand the key details, whether the case is about prioritizing features for a new app or creating a go-to-market strategy. It's crucial to capture the most important points. Let's say the interviewer asks, how would you prioritize features for a new music streaming app? Right away, you want to note down things like the target audience, who will be using this app, is it designed for a casual listeners or music professionals? Then we have business goal. Is the company looking to grow its user base or increase engagement or something else? You'll also look into the challenges. What are the key problems, what they are facing? Maybe users are dropping off after the first month or aren't spending much time in the app. So writing these points will help you break down the problem and make sure you don't miss anything when you're ready to give your answer. Remember, case studies can have multiple layers of information, so taking good notes help you organize your thoughts and approach the question logically. The second step is to ask clarifying questions. Don't hesitate to ask clarifying questions. Interviewers want to see how well you dig into the problem. If something is unclear, ask. It shows how you're thinking critically and want to fully understand the challenge before you jump into solving it. For example, let's say you're asked to improve a product features for a food delivery app. You could ask questions like, what are the main points for users during the delivery process? Is it related to the speed, user interface, or something else? What's the company goal with this feature improvement? Are we focusing on reducing order time, increasing customer satisfaction, or something else? Asking questions like these will not only help you gather more details, but also demonstrate the interviewer that you have a thoughtful and precise in your approach. It's not just about solving the problem, it's about solving the right problem. The next step is to pause and think. Now, take a moment to pause and think. Don't rush your answer. It's tempting to jump right in, but giving yourself time to process everything will help you approach the case study with a clear mind. Reflect on the problem and consider how it ties into the broader goals of the company. For example, if you're tasked with designing a feature for a food delivery app, think beyond the feature itself. Consider the user experience, market positioning, and the long-term impact on the business. Let's say you're asked to improve the sign-up process for a food delivery app. You don't want to just think about making the process shorter. You also want to consider how the sign-up flows into the overall experience. Is it simple and intuitive for the users? Does it create a seamless transition into the rest of the app or not? Also encouraging users to place an order right away. Taking a moment to pause allows you to think through different aspects of the case and gives you a chance to identify any connections that might not be immediately obvious. The next step is to structure your answer. Now that you have gathered your information and asked clarifying questions, it's time to structure your answer. A clear and well-organized response will show the interviewer that you can handle complex problems in a logical way. Here's a framework that works well. The problem. Start by clearly relating the business challenges or opportunity. For example, the food delivery app is facing high cart abandonment rates during checkout, which is impacting conversation. Your approach should be explaining how you would approach the problem. This might involve analyzing user behavior, conducting market research, or benchmarking against competitors. For instance, you could say, I would start by analyzing data or user behavior to identify the exact point where customers are dropping off during checkout. I would also look at competitors' app to see how they streamline their checkout process. Then propose a solution. For example, to solve the cart issue, I would simplify the checkout process by introducing one-click checkout option for returning users and offering payment options that are most popular in the target region. Finally, mention the key metrics you would track to measure success. For example, you would track the cart completion rate and the average time spent in the checkout flow as key indicators of success. Additionally, you would monitor customer satisfaction rates post-purchase. This structured approach helps you provide a comprehensive answer without missing any important details. Let's say the case study asks you how you would enter a new market for a rideshare app. You could structure your answer like this. Problem: entering a new city and competing with established players. Your approach should be studying the city's public transport habits and competitors' offerings, identifying what users in the city value most, the price, speed, or convenience. Your solution should be like launching a pilot program with ride incentives for early adopters and offering personalized ride suggestions based on their previous trips. For metrics, you should know how to track customer acquisition, ride frequency, and average ride distance to measure success. The next step is explaining your thought process. As you explain your answer, don't just jump into the final solution. Walk the interviewer through your thoughts step by step. This helps the interviewer understand how you would arrive at your solution and what factors you consider along the way. For example, if you're designing a feature for an e-commerce platform, you might say, I start by analyzing the customer journey and finding out that many users abandon their carts during the payment stage. Based on user feedback, you would learn the customers want more payment option. So you decide to implement PayPal or one-click checkout feature for logged-in users. So this approach not only shows that you're thinking critically, but also demonstrates that your solution is grounded in user needs and business goals. Remember, interviewers want to see how you think, so explaining your process step by step gives them insight into your problem-solving abilities. Now the next step is to pivot and check in with the interviewer. Here's an important step: pivot and check in with the interviewer after you have explained your approach. It's a good idea to pause and ask, does this align with what the company is aiming for? Or would you like me to dive deeper into any of the specific area? This shows that you're open to feedback and willing to adjust your approach based on the input, which is crucial skill for any product manager. Flexibility is the key in this role, and checking in with the interviewer demonstrates that you can adapt your strategy as needed. Let's say you're discussing a product launch strategy. After explaining your approach, you could ask, do you think this timeline works for your team, or should we consider a phased launch or test the market first? This kind of back and forth creates more interactive discussion, allowing the interviewer to give you feedback and potentially guide you toward the direction they are looking for. The next step is to summarize your answer. Before wrapping up, it's important to summarize your answer. Quickly restate the problem, your approach, the solution, and the success metrics. For example, to summarize, my solution for improving the onboarding process involves simplifying the sign-up flow by offering social media login options and displaying a progress bar to give user a sense of completion. Success would be measured by tracking the number of completed sign-up and the time users spend during the process. This final recap reinforces the key points you have made and leaves a strong impression on the interviewer. It also shows you that you can clearly, concisely communicate complex ideas. So what are the type of questions asked in the product management interview? Product management interview typically covers a range of questions designed to test your problem-solving strategy and communication skills. Here are the 5 types of questions you might encounter. First, you have product design questions. These questions ask, for example, how would you design an app for grocery delivery that provides a better user experience? The goal is to access your ability to think from the user's perspective and create intuitive solution. The second question is the go-to-market strategy questions. These questions focus on how you would launch a product into the market. For instance, how would you create a go-to-market strategy for a new streaming service? They access your understanding of market analysis, competitive benchmarking, and customer needs. Feature prioritized questions. These are the questions about how would you decide the features to build first. For example, if you're managing a project management tool, how would you prioritize adding new features like task scheduling, integration with email, or reporting tools? Then we have metrics and data analysis questions. These questions ask you to define which metrics matters the most and how would you use user data to guide your decisions. For example, what metrics would you track to measure the success of a new product launch? Then we have behavioral questions. These assess you how to handle certain situations, just conflict resolution or leadership. For instance, tell me about a time when you disagreed with a team member about a product decision. How did you resolve it? So understanding these type of questions help you to prepare for a variety of challenges in product management interview and shows the interviewer that you're equipped to tackle the diverse responsibilities of the role. There's no right answer. What matters is showing your thought process and decision making skills.
So guys, let's start with the first question. That is, how do you determine which features to incorporate into a product? So guys, this is a very amazing question and think about it before answering. So guys, you would answer something like this. In determining which features to incorporate into a product, say that you prioritize aligning with user needs and business objectives. You gather an extensive user feedback through surveys, interviews to understand what features are most desired. Market research also helps to identify trends and benchmarks against competitors. To prioritize effectively, say I use Moscow method, categorizing features into must-have, should-have, could-have, and won't-have. This structured approach ensures that we focus on delivering features that provide maximum value to our users and support our business goals strategically. So, by maintaining a clear vision of what's essential, we enhance our product's relevance and competitiveness in the market. So guys, this forms the answer of this question. So you can answer something like this. Now let us move on to our next question. That is, how do you strike a balance between qualitative and quantitative metrics? So guys, the solution is, say like, striking a balance between qualitative and quantitative metrics is crucial for comprehensive understanding of the product's impact. Qualitative data gathered through user interviews and feedback sessions offers insights into user experiences and satisfaction level. Quantitative data collected via analytical tools provides hard numbers on the usage patterns, engagement rates, and conversion metrics. Say that you employ A/B testing to compare different user experiences quantitatively, while also incorporating qualitative insights to understand why certain features perform better. This dual approach also ensures that your decisions are not only data-driven, but also deeply informed by actual user sentiments, leading to more user-centric product developments. So guys, this is the answer of this question. Now let us move to our third question. The third question is, can you explain your process of leading a product development team from initial concept to the launch? So guys, this is an experience-based question. So you can answer something like this. Say that leading a product development team from concept to launch involves several structured phases. Initially, say that you start with a concept validation phase where you brainstorm ideas, conduct market research, and gather initial feedback. Then you move into the design and prototyping phase where you develop mock-ups and prototypes that are tested both internally and with a selected group of users. Development follows with an agile methodology, allowing for iterative testing and refinement based on ongoing feedback. Say that before launch, the product undergoes rigorous QA testing to ensure functionality and reliability. And post-launch, you monitor user feedback and performance metrics closely to prepare for the next iteration. Throughout this process, regular communication, stakeholder updates, and adaptive planning are key to navigating challenges and ensuring alignment with the project goals. Now let us move on to our next question. That is, how do you balance user feedback with business objectives during product development? So you can answer something like this, that balancing user feedback with business objective involves a careful assessment of how features align with our strategic goals while fulfilling user needs. During development process, say that you conduct a frequent user testing sessions to gather actionable insights. This feedback is analyzed in the context of our business objectives to determine feature prioritization. Then, regular alignment meetings with stakeholders also ensures that there is a clear understanding and agreement on the direction you are taking. Say that this process helps you to create a product that not only delights the users, but also drives the business forward, ensuring sustainability and growth. So guys, this is the answer for this question. I hope so you would have got a brief idea regarding this. Now let us move on to our fifth question. So guys, our fifth question is, interviewer can ask you about their product. Something like this. that what knowledge do you have about our products and how can you summarize the current state of our market. So say that based on my research, your product stands out due to their innovative approach in the specific industry like healthcare, finance, XYZ, you can add it. Then you can say about the current market that is experiencing, describe its trends with significant shifts that are driven by, you can mention any relevant technology or any consumer behavior changes. Talk about competitor analysis. Say about competitor A and competitor B, like how they are adapting and which keeps the market dynamic. Tell also that your product's unique features, like mention unique features, providing a competitive edge. So guys, understanding these dynamics would make a perfect answer of this question. Now let us move on to our next question. That is a behavioral question, and it is something like this. So if your interviewer asks it that have you ever encountered difficulties in securing buy-in from a stakeholder? So guys, this is also a scenario-based question. You can answer something like this. Say yes, securing stakeholder in buy-in can be pretty challenging, especially when proposals involve significant investment or change. So say one particular instance involved in persuading a stakeholder to approve a costly feature integration. Say that you address their concerns by representing a detailed ROI analysis, projecting long-term benefits against the initial cost. So by aligning the feature benefits with the strategic business goals and demonstrating the potential market expansion, say that you are able to secure their approval. So guys, in this way, you can answer this question. Now let us move on to our seventh question. That is, what strategies and tools do you use to prioritize features during product development? And how do you handle technical debt? So guys, you can answer this question something like this. Say that prioritizing features during product development is crucial for meeting delivery timelines and maximizing the product impact. Say that you employ the Moscow method to prioritize feature based in their necessity and impact. Tools like you use Jira that helps to manage priorities effectively, ensuring transparency across the team. And in the technical depth, say that it is managed by dedicating a portion of each development sprint to refactoring and addressing the legacy issues. So this proactive approach prevents the accumulation of technical debt. And in this way, you can answer this question. Now let us move on to our next question. That is, how do you manage a conflicting technical requirement or priorities from different stakeholders? Say that managing conflicting technical requirement involves a balanced approach where communication and prioritization are the key. Say that in the stakeholder meetings, you encourage open discussions to understand each perspective fully. Talk about use a weighted scoring model to assess the impact and necessity of each requirement. Say that it helps in making informed decisions that align with the project's strategic goals while accommodating stakeholders' concerns as much as possible. Talk about that regular updates and clear communication ensures stakeholders remain informed about the reason behind certain decisions and also fostering trust and collaboration. So this makes a perfect answer for this question. Now let us move on to our ninth question. So guys, our ninth question is, can you provide an example of a product that didn't meet initial performance expectations and how you optimized this? So guys, this is also a scenario-based question. If you have encountered anything like this, so you can talk about your experience. So here's a model answer for this question. Talk about that once you launched a product that didn't meet the expected performance metrics. Initial user feedback indicated issues with the user interface and overall responsiveness. Say that you quickly gathered a task force team to address these issues, using performance profiling tools to identify and resolve bottlenecks. Say that you also reevaluated the user interface based on specific feedback, making it more intuitive. So after optimizations, you conducted a relaunch campaign which significantly improved user engagement and satisfaction. So guys, this experience basically highlighted the importance of agility and responsiveness in product management. And it makes a perfect answer to this question. Now let us move on to our next question. That is, how do you ensure that your product development team remains innovative while adhering to agile methodologies and meeting deadlines? So guys, answer to this question is that fostering innovation within agile framework involves encouraging creative thinking and providing opportunities for experimentation. Say that you organize regular hackathons and dedicate sprints for exploring new ideas. So in this way, it motivates the team, but also leads to innovative solution. So guys, this marks the perfect answer to this question. Now let us move on to our next question. That is, what specific tools or frameworks do you find most effective for tracking and managing product development progress, such as Jira or Trello? So guys, the answer to this question is, you can say that for managing product development, you prefer using Jira due to its comprehensive suite of agile project management tools. Then you can talk about its effectiveness for tracking sprint progress, managing backlogs, and distributing tasks across teams. For less complex project, when working, say that you use Trello, which provides a visually intuitive platform that simplifies task management. So guys, in this way, it marks the perfect answer to this question. Now let us move on to our next question. That is, can you discuss a time when you had to pivot a product strategy based on technical limitations or market feedback? So guys, you can talk about something like this, that during one project, you initially planned to integrate an advanced AI feature. However, technical assessments and early user feedback highlighted performance issues and steep learning curve for our target audience. Realizing these challenges said that you decided to pivot the strategy. Instead of complex AI solution, you implemented a more user-friendly, rule-based automation feature that achieved similar result but with greater acceptance and less technical risk. So this strategic pivot not only addressed the technical limitation, but also aligned better with the market needs that ultimately enhance the product success and user satisfaction. So you can tell your answer something like this. Now let us move on to our 13th question. So guys, our 13th question is, what methods do you use to validate product idea from technical perspective before the development begins, like such as prototyping or user testing? So guys, you can answer this question something like this, that validating a product idea technically starts with prototyping, which allows us to visualize and test functionality of the core features. Say that you often employ tools like Sketch or Figma for UI UX prototypes, and then use platforms like InVision for interactive simulation. Following prototyping, you conduct feasibility studies and proof of concept tests to ensure the technical viability of the proposed solution. Then you do user testing, utilize both focus groups and A/B testing setups, which provides feedback on the user experience and interface. It is also very crucial for making iterative improvements before full-scale development begins. So guys, you can answer this question something like this. Now let us move on to our 14th question. That is, how do you maintain effective communication and collaboration with cross-functional teams, including developers and designers during product development? So guys, this is also an experience-based question. So if you have worked in an industry where you have came across these scenarios, so guys, you can answer this question something like this. Say that effective communication and collaborations are maintained by establishing clear communication channels and regular interaction routines. Say that you use agile methodologies which facilitate in daily stand-ups, sprint planning, reviews, and retrospectives that ensures continuous dialogue and timely updates across all teams. Say that you also use Jira and Confluence for tracking tasks and sharing documentation. Also, you say that you use joint design and development sprints to encourage a collaborative environment where developers and designers can align their work closely, which also fosters a holistic approach to product development. Now let us move to our final question. That is, what is your approach for managing technical risk and ensure code quality in product development? It is also a very important question. So guys, you can pause this video and think about it. You can answer this question something like this. Say that managing technical risks start with a proactive approach to identifying potential issues in the early development process. Say that you implement robust testing strategies, including unit tests, integration tests, and end-to-end tests, which facilitates automated testing frameworks like Selenium and Jest. Then say that you do regular code reviews and pair programming sessions, which you can say that are part to your routine to maintain high code standards and foster knowledge sharing within the team. To ensure that ongoing code quality, you use continuous integration and continuous deployment pipelines, which automates the testing and deployment processes. It also allows you to detect and resolve issues swiftly. Say that you do regular audits and adopt the latest security practices, that are kind of integral to your product strategy. You also ensure the product is not only functional, but is also secure and reliable. So guys, that was all for today's video. I hope so. You would have enjoyed our today's video on commonly asked product interview questions at Simplilearn.
So thanks for taking the Product Management Full Course by Simplilearn. By completing this course, you have gained valuable insights into the world of product management, learning how to make data-driven decisions, collaborate with cross-functional teams, and deliver successful products that meet both customer needs and business objectives. Thanks for watching, and don't forget to check out more advanced courses from Simplilearn.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, click here.